So this background's gonna be temporary.
All right.
That's why I'm carrying my microphone instead of having the arm. We're getting real old school with this shit.
It's like a traditional podcast, just like
Oh, I'm doing a stand up here.
That's great.
Walking around back and forward. Actually, yesterday I didn't even have a chair. I built my chair yesterday.
Wow, that's impressive.
I know, I'm amazing.
How's the new place?
It's impressive. Yep.
Y'all better be careful. Get them woodcarver skills proficient. Been building chairs left and right.
I'm sure you could help Barlow then build some chairs here.
Yeah, Barlow. I'm gonna take over this inn as my own.
Frosty Hill Tavern is now yours.
Damn straight.
Before we give us a small recap, given what happened in session 3, we do have a new player joining us, which is David.
Hello.
Oh, sorry. I put my
David.
mic down and muted. Hi, David. Nice to meet you.
Hey, everybody, can you hear me?
I can.
Welcome
There you
to
go.
being
Yep.
doomed.
Hey, nice to meet you
We're
guys.
about to go to jail.
Cool.
Welcome.
Sucks to meet you guys. So I'll just wait for the next party.
Yeah, no, I think wait till next session and then you're good to come in, man.
Sounds
Maybe I'll visit you during visiting hours.
Conjugal or no?
just pop in.
Ooh.
Depends on how much you pay.
Oof.
Yeah, I like this guy already. We're going.
Wow. So David, I went ahead and just put your token down on the scene so you had vision, so it wasn't just completely black for you. So you
No, I get it.
weren't staring at anything. So, and we will be making the introduction for your character actually pretty quickly. So, just given the fact that try not to have you just sitting there doing absolutely nothing for a given amount
Sounds
of
good.
time. So recap wise, so session 3, you made a deal with the Grawl Stonefish, the Stuargar prince, which apparently is 12th in a family, to the king of this clan Stonefist. That deal was made by Kyler for a piece of this white gemstone, which apparently became liquid with the other piece, and then they kind of fused together in this very peculiar shape. This stone itself, Kyler seemed to have a connection to it, in that when this white dragon crashed through the actual tavern here, so the Frosty Hill Tavern, destroying the rooftop and the tables underneath, and was particularly looking for something. Kyler was called to and used the stone, and the dragon was fearful of it, seemed to be almost compelled to fly away, and so it did. It left. Now, after you left the corridor, delving into this in-between place between the surface world and the Underdark, you returned back the way you came, going through the Barak mine, and then decided we're going to head back to the Frosty Hill Tavern, rest up and whatnot. And I believe you also had a conversation with Pelu right before you came here. Is that correct? I think so. Just a quick stop, maybe.
Oh, sorry. Unmute mic. No, we actually came
No,
here to
he-
rest because the time
he
we
was
came
asleep.
out of the mine, it was too late.
That's right. He was asleep. Okay. Yeah. So you have not
Dude.
earned.
I don't even got my notepad. I'll be right back.
You have not earned any gold. So you haven't talked to Pelu yet. So the gold and stuff, what you've arranged from that deal is still there on the table. Right. So, and then I don't even know if you got 100 gold pieces ahead. That was something that Mason organized before he stopped playing with us. So I'll try to hold that deal true, so that way it's still there, because you did rescue 2 of the miners that were captured. So yeah, I guess it was late. Still, he was in bed. So you arrived here at the Frosty Hill Tavern, and then you all went to sleep. Some of you actually fell asleep behind the bar, if I recall correctly. Just
Yep.
decided to kind of crash out, especially since the tavern is, half destroyed from the rooftop, kind of crashing in. And upon the hours given, I believe it's like 9 a.m. right now, because you went to rest like super late for a long rest. And from there, these mercenary, which call them guards, that of the Duke Umbrian Rillo kind of hired on, wielding common weapons, spears, and chainmail, chain shirts. Not really wearing a tabard or a surcoat, and then obviously warmer clothing, given that it's a tundra-like environment. Here, they've come in search, and the person that came into the hallway, where we ended it, said the one line, "Where is the Duke Umbrian Rillo?" So that is where we're going to go ahead and start this session at. I'm going to go ahead and unpause it real quick here. As this guard that is actually down the hallway, right there is the one who said that line, which I don't know if any of you actually have vision of right now, because I think you ran away, right? And then you ran away.
Kind of had that awkward moment of like staring and comprehending for a second, and then jumped into the room.
Yeah, then you jumped into the
I
room.
just sighed and shut my door.
Yeah, so you've all kind of shut the doors and things. And this particular, what is a female, like longer hair, kind of goes down to almost the nape of the neck here, and it's slightly wavy brown, a human. And she actually is going to just kind of waltz down the actual, hallway. Not really running, just kind of walking somewhat calmly and suspiciously, right? And as she does, she kind of taps onto the door to the right with a... Don't make this any harder than it has to be. She looks into the door to the left, doesn't see anything. Obviously, Ferox, your spider, pays no attention to that.
We didn't do anything with the Duke, if that's what you're implying.
You didn't do anything with the Duke. Well, then information is what we seek. You see, we made our way to the manor as we do a routine check. The door had been broken inside. The Duke was missing, and one of the servants was killed. Throat slit. You all are adventurers, travelers, foreigners here. Given that you also had dealings with the Duke on a couple of occasions, we thought it best to ask you first and figure it out. We did have a couple of us notice that you were making your way late at night from the mine. Gives you some sort of alibi.
We were in the mine for quite some time.
Well, let's talk about it.
And I'll open my door.
Takes like a step back. Where's the rest of your companions?
Hells if I know. I went straight to bed.
Well, follow me then. She kind of like turns all the way around and then just begins to walk out back through the hallway. Kind of not escorting you, just turning her back towards you and just walking away. Doesn't really perceive you as like a threat.
There's a lot of people in here.
Now, CJ, you were spotted by one of the actual ones that looked over the bar and saw you sleeping.
Yeah.
I
believe I'm awake, if I recall.
Yeah, so this one is gonna bang down in the actual bar counter, just actual with just a slight knock, just to get your attention as you're rising up. You over the bar, with that one over there.
DJ stands up,
Like a,
says, What? Hello. What can I do for you?
hello. Well, information. Go with your friend over there.
What's this about?
It's about the Duke. He's missing.
Yeah, we were in the mine. It was recent.
Very recent. Well,
We just got back. We got all kinds of people saw us.
yes, I believe.
But if you know, happy to give you any information we can. We had a good conversation with the Duke. We're kind of working with him. Love to help you find him.
Good. Good. Now, make your way over there.
Is he pointing somewhere?
Yeah, he's pointing at the table by Ica. This particular table. And I see, Ferox, there's 2 spiders.
Yeah, you could delete the one on the left. I misclicked it.
The one in the room, or the
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
The one in the room. Okay.
Yeah.
That one, right?
Yep.
Okay. Multiple spiders. So as you, again, it doesn't seem very threatening right now. None of them are actually attempting to arrest you or put you, in manacles or chain. None of them actually have any manacles at all. One of them maybe has a little bundle of some hempen rope on the side. Not here it seems to pose any threat. They're really here to gather information. So they're attempting to gather you all up and ask you routine questions all at once. So kind of points to you, CJ, to make your way to the table. And that's when the female in the group that was down the hallway. Where's the other ones? We know there's 2 more.
You checked the other rooms, didn't you?
Well, I made my way into one of them. Are they in the rooms then?
Probably. That's
Oh.
where I'd assume they'd be.
I see. I'll make my way in there then. She kind of looks towards the other 2. Almost like points to the table to make sure that you all are kept under a watchful eye. And then makes...
I look to CJ and I'm like, we're helping find the Duke, huh?
Yeah.
And I like put my hand to my temples again.
So as you see Kyler, you see kind of a faint kind of shadow, coming at the bottom of the door, footsteps kind of moving down the actual stone tiled hallway there of the rooms. And then you have a knock on the actual door. Is there anybody in there? Oh, sorry, female with. Is there anybody in there?
Unprofessional. No.
Your friends are out in the common room. They said you might be in here. Is the 2 of you or just the one?
Bunch of rats. Just me. I'll open the door.
All right.
Oh, God.
Side steps to the right of you, or I should say the left, given your perspective. All right, make your way. Move on.
What?
Go forward.
Go for it. Kyler's just being a smart ass.
Your friends are there sitting down on the table. Sit down.
Oh, what did you guys do?
It wasn't me.
Mm-hmm.
Mentions to her companions. The rooms are clear. There's no sign of the 4th one.
Hmm.
Did I watch Ferox turn into a spider when I had the door open?
You did.
Yeah.
Do I see the spider in the corner?
I'm gonna say Ferox, you're probably.
I'm up on the ceiling.
You're up
Oh,
on the
then no.
ceiling? Okay. I
Yep.
mean, that's a little bit, passive perception. I mean, Ferox, if you rolled stealth, you could, and then see if it's high enough to beat the passive perception. But I think that's
Spider.
a little bit redundant, but if you want it, that's fine.
Checking spider stat. Okay. Got plus.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Aika, what's your passive perception? I think it's pretty high, right? Oh, it's 12. Okay.
Yeah, just
Wow,
12.
you don't know the spider in the corner of the room. Up at the ceiling.
How sad.
Looking
Early
down.
levels, am I right, ladies and gentlemen?
She approaches.
CJ starts to talk to the leader in as persuasive a way as she can, saying, "Yeah, we have a friend, but he, maybe taking a walk or something. We're not keeping track of everyone. We're happy to help you with whatever we know.
Okay,
But,
what's
we're not a threat. We don't know where our friend is right now. But
what's
we'll find
happening? I don't know what's happening.
Well, we're looking for the Duke. He's gone missing. Seems to be a break-in. One of the servants was killed. Just trying to find out information. Of course, you have had dealings with the Duke.
Yeah, that was
all
like
you being
days
foreigners.
ago, and we haven't been here in a while.
Well, I mean, of course, we're not accusing you all of anything. We need to gather as much information as possible.
I will help you find this Duke for the greater good of the town. Do I need to roll deception, or am I
We're-
good?
Pretty sure he wasn't in the cave. Like we spent, or the mine, sorry. We spent a fair bit of time. It wasn't between here and there.
Yes, we had some people. They observed you as you made your way down the road. We understand that you were there.
Okay.
It's not a.
Would you like
question.
us to look at the break-in? Is there? You said some people broke in and killed one person, and now the Duke's missing.
Well, we have.
Did anyone see the break-in?
No, That's exactly why we're investigating. We're trying to figure it out. You all were up quite late and traversing the road, and then had dealings with the Duke as well. So that is my first question here: is did you see anything?
We came straight
Nope.
No.
and went to bed, as you saw. Yeah.
I see.
I'm gonna go check out the manor.
We didn't
Get
even
down
cross
to
that
this.
side of town.
Fools are pathetic at your job. I'm gonna leave. Just straight up leave. Oh. Okay. There's someone out here.
So Kyler, as you begin to walk out of the actual tavern, so you begin to stride out, you see. So Kane, how would you describe yourself?
Sure.
Paint me a word picture.
You see a kind of paler skinned, middle aged dwarf. He has kind of this salt and pepper hair. You can see kind of like this feathered mohawk with an undercut. Two distinguishing characteristics outside of his many layers of white robes and what looks like cold weather gear on the outside. You do see he has two different eyes that has green and blue color. And when I say they are two different eyes, they clearly look like different sizes. Like one eye might have belonged to a different person at one point. You also do see that he has what looks like war paint on, but it seems to be made out of maybe charcoal or ash, not quite sure. It's very clearly something he painted on himself recently.
Awesome. And then particular pronouns for your character?
He, him,
All right.
What
So-
race did you say they appeared as?
dwarf.
Okay.
So Kane, right now you are on a small wagon. It's a covered wagon. It's very, tiny. You have a mixture of different supplies, primarily herbalism in nature. And you are on the actual front of this wagon with one singular horse that's been saddled and actually, what's the term for that? There's a term, like a horse term. I forget what, like, as they're kind of like they're hitched to the wagon. There you go.
Man, that took you a while.
It did take me a while.
Embarrassing.
It's a little embarrassing. I admit that's one I should
I'm
know.
gonna have to find a new table. I can't
Yeah,
have a
this
DM
is-
take
You
that
gotta
long.
go. I didn't know that
Unbelievable,
term.
Michael.
That
Just
is rough.
come on, man.
So you're making your way, Kane. You just came out of the pass roughly, 2 hours ago. You made your actual descent down. From that, you actually found that there were 3 wagons just about an hour down the road from the tavern to the southeast. Along the main road that leads to the pass, there was 3 actual wagons that had been abandoned. Contents removed, boot prints and things moving north, moving south. You investigated the scene somewhat quickly, maybe taking your time just a little bit to know that the boot prints went south and then they went north as well. And maybe took time to look into the wagons and stuff to see that there was no contents or people. No blood, so there wasn't any sign of necessarily that. There was one distinctive thing was that there was ore still in the 3rd wagon. So that is the note. So they did not take the actual iron ore that was in one of the wagons, but the other 2 were taken. As far as various mining supplies, maybe food, different things that were in there. So you've just made your way here. You notice that there is this half-elf. Kyle, how would you describe yourself walking right now? Would you be like just storming out?
The LeBron James of fighters. No. No. So no. 6'5", half elf fighter. Big dude. Covered in armor. Actually, recently equipped plate mail. Right.
Yep.
Okay, you're gonna notice it's a little tight on me. I may have stolen it off a dwarf, but it's a little tight. But he was a big dwarf. It's about the size of a small child. I'll say that. Got a big great axe, warhammer, and another hammer on me that looks a little weird. But paying no mind to you because I don't know who you are. I'm looking for a man. I'm on a mission. So I'm just gonna keep walking past him.
Okay.
It's no offense, David. I promise it isn't.
So Kane, you see that this figure, moving on, going into the actual town to the northwest, right? So Frosthill Tavern is on the kind of the edge of the mining town of Rock. You do notice as well that the Frosthill Tavern, the roof is completely destroyed on the eastern side. Some of the actual wall has been pushed in on the eastern side as well. And you are hearing voices coming from the actual tavern. Now, you have been on the move primarily most of the night, trying to get through the pass as well as the valley. And you are here being a traveling healer, right? That was what we discussed, coming here to help out. And now finding the abandoned wagons as well. There seems to be something amok and information that you have, given what's happened down the road.
Okay. As this gentleman's kind of passing by, I'd like to hail, friend. Can I trouble you for a moment?
Okay, I'll entertain him. I'll come over. I'll keep my distance though.
Thank you. I'll toss a gold coin his way.
Can I swat it back? No, I'll grab it. I'll take gold. Thank you.
Been trying to get a drink, but that looks like a shithole. They still serve drinks over there. No.
Ooh, you want a drink? I'm gonna pull out the Barlow special from my bag. You have a mug?
I mean, I got a couple, but that seems a little weird. Are you a bartender?
Anybody can be a bartender, right? If you really think about it.
True enough. I'll drink if you drink.
Absolutely. I'll just actually pour it into my mouth after I serve him. Just tap over.
I'll tap it over. So this
Dude.
is it's like a small wooden cask with a,
Yeah, it's not
kind of a
huge.
metal spigot. So as Kyler, you begin to fill whatever mug cane that you provide here. This is like a thick stout with this white droplets of cream into it. It smells really, really messed up, and it's thick. You notice as Kyler just takes a big chug of it, you immediately get the smell of alcohol from this. The vibe here is that the Barlow Special is something to keep you warm, not necessarily for taste.
We're survivors up here.
I'm cold as fuck, so I throw that back.
There you go.
CJ nudges Ika and kind of whispers, "Are they going to let him go?"
I guess so.
Yeah.
Do I see that happening? Do I see that spider just showing up?
I mean, yeah, it's pretty obvious as the spider kind of dangles down, probably at CG on your bow. Apparently, that's where it's going.
If possible, I'd whip a front leg over to Ika.
None of the actual mercenaries he's guard are, stopping Kyler from trudging out here. They are genuinely investigating, a crime scene. They want to ask questions, and they don't suspect you, given the nature of what you've done going into the mine, coming back, right? In fact,
I'm a hero.
In fact, you probably all have more information than a lot of other people do, given that everyone was asleep, and you also had dealings with the Duke. So that's what they're after here. So they don't stop Kyler as he charges out. Obviously, you all hear voices coming from outside, and the actual spinning of these wheels from a wagon, maybe even the neigh of the horse going through the actual snow.
Maybe some gagging from the Barlow Special.
I'm gonna go out to investigate.
CJ mentions to the leader again. Do you have any more questions?
No,
Our
I mean,
crew's interested in going and checking it out. Is it okay if we do that?
I mean, I suppose if you all want to head to the manor and check it out yourselves, we'll follow you.
Okay. Yeah, more the merrier. Let's go find a fine, upstanding Duke. We don't like the Duke.
So, what do you think of the special?
Put some hair on your chest, but I already got plenty.
You look a little hairy. Yeah. What's your name?
Make a friend, Kyler.
Shut up, Ica.
For once.
I'm a hero. I fought a dragon.
Uh-huh.
And Kane, what's your name, friend? Kyler, they said?
Kyler. That's it. That's all you get.
How tall is Kane?
4 feet.
I have to I'll bend down kind of. I'm 7'4". And I'll reach a hand out to shake your hand.
Oh, you're doing the insulting handshake.
Yeah, I am.
Dang.
Try to swell up to at least 4 foot 1 inch tall.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
God, I got some respect for this guy.
Friend, I don't know if you saw, but there's and I'll relay the events that I came across coming into the mountain about the carts to them. I'm like, I don't know if there's somebody I should tell, but I saw it coming in.
It's good info.
He-
The Duke wanted us to go that way.
Mm-hmm.
Does he have his wagon with him, near the road?
Sitting
Yeah,
on it, right?
still sitting on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is your wagon. You just came in here.
Yes.
Could you give us a ride out of here?
I mean, depends on where you're going.
Anywhere that's not here.
Ideally to Athema, but
Out of character, are there any animals hitched to the wagon?
A horse.
a squirrel. Oh,
One horse?
One horse.
I was gonna say 20 squirrels, but
I mean, I'm happy to, friend.
come on, that'd be cool.
I heard there were some people struggling here, and I like to help people, but
Yeah, Duke's missing. You should help us go find him. We need to
What?
find him, right, everybody?
Yeah. Kane,
No,
why'd
we
you come up
really,
here
really
as winter's
don't.
falling?
Do I need to remind you about who we saw in the mines and what will happen? Remember, this is not our territory. We don't know it that well.
I do remember.
They do.
You all have a very.
I'm gonna get uncomfortably close to Ica.
You all have a very uncomfortable relationship with making deals without consulting everybody else first.
No.
No.
We were all gonna die.
You and CJ both.
We were all gonna die, and I made a deal that would keep us from dying. Remember that.
Remember the 15,000 gold that we were offered in the beginning?
6,000 first time, 15,000 with the doors.
so as we're having this conversation, are the guards interested in this at all, or are they
Yeah,
And that's
I
a
mean,
fair question.
Yeah, this is a fair question to do. I'll do one note. So, Kane, just as far as weather goes, obviously this is a tundra, right? So the season here is 2 seasons, right? You have winter and you have summer, right? There's not really an in between. And to note that
Pretty lit.
To note that we are a September equivalent, and so given that it is less than a month that the season's going to change, and they stop sending caravans over the passes valley, and the pass get too dangerous to traverse through that. For you though, that's not even a problem, right? You're, as condition wise, obviously it's pretty poor, but it's not impossible, and so that you can easily get over it with some survival skills and things like that. So, and obviously you have a whole wagon full of supplies. And then yes, so the guards, so these mercenaries, that I'll call them guards, I think from now on. They are really perplexed by this, what you all are saying at this present time. The actual female will speak out here. Gold. The Duke offer you gold. 6,000?
To clear out the mine.
I see.
And we're kind of owed gold to clear out the mine.
Did the Duke ever tell you why he was so interested in the mine? Why it was worth 6,000 to him?
Wait, are we trying out of character? Are we trying to deceive them?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what it sounds like.
That's what I was asking. Get on the same page here.
They have no idea what the Duke's interest is in the mine, so I'm not going to have you roll deception checks just because they don't know what the truth is behind that either. So we don't know what the Duke had interest in the mine. Obviously, operations. He wanted to make sure that the mine was fully, operational day and night, and whatever would pose a threat should be removed.
Sadly, we didn't collect our payment in advance.
Well, is this a deal that was agreed upon?
It was.
Oh. With that, roll deception.
I will do that.
Let's see.
8.
God, you're so charismatic.
Well, I suppose when we find the Duke, he can settle this matter.
Of course.
On to the manor.
Let's.
Do y'all need a ride?
Yeah, I'm actually pretty
I don't
tired.
know how far
haven't
this
really
manor
slept
is,
much.
so-
I'm just gonna hop in. Not even
Yeah.
gonna question it.
Oh, I did
If
come
you're
here to help.
offering, I'm not going to decline.
I like this guy, and I'm gonna give him like a not a hard, but a friendly nudge on the shoulder.
I'll give him a nudge back. A little bit harder, trying to show that I'm stronger than him, but I'm not.
Oh.
Not hard enough to hate him,
Oh,
but
you look plenty strong, my friend.
All right, so we are headed to the manor. I'm going to go ahead and activate the actual town map just because, David, you haven't seen it. So you have an idea as far as...
yeah, show it off to him.
Well, you got to know scale-wise of what you're getting into here, right? So that's the actual town itself. A little bit about my actual town kind of city maps. I don't try to make them like too vividly detailed. I just want to have like place markers, landmarks, and stuff like that, so you have an idea as far as like scope and scale. This town is on the small side, so it is a mixture of these stone circular hovels with straw thatched and clay tiled roofs, and they are very poorly built to accompany maybe a family of 4, right? And they scatter about with these intertwined dirt roads that have been shoveled back and packed with snow. Given that this place gets snow all year round. The Frosty Hill Tavern is on the way right out. It is the structure that is kind of at the edge, and then the manor is on the other side. As far as like time-wise, to get to one side of the actual town, it takes roughly about 15 minutes. So it's not very big at all. You're able to kind of just navigate through. The market is kind of centered around a smith that has several different canopies, 2 actual furnaces, kilns, and there's a kind of a crew of 4 that are working on rivets, reinforcements for the actual wheels of mining carts, mining equipment. They are kind of the providers for a lot of the tool repair and whatnot. This smith is not, you don't see any sort of like weapons on shelves. You don't see any sort of things in barrels on actual tables that would denote that they make weapons at all. They do seem to be making tools and repairs. The traders here are actually getting ready to kind of pack up. Many of them have already left. And it begins to make sense given that the season is changing. Maybe these traders have already sold what they needed to. Really the only people in the market right now are going to be trappers, hunters, people that are able to sustain themselves even in the winter in the mountains with getting pelts and hides and other things. So it makes a lot of sense when you're making your way past the market given that this caravan that you might have seen, these 3 wagons, right, that have been abandoned, could have been a trader, right, picking up iron ore from the mine themselves, as well as having maybe a transport and then another wagon for carrying random assortment of things. So
When passing this caravan, was its direction of travel towards town or away from town?
it was away. It was going to the pass.
Got it.
So you almost had to like go around it, right? Because it was going to the pass. And again, it's an hour away, and then the pass itself is like 2 hours away.
Got it.
Now the manor, we'll get to that structure. There are other structures like a stable, like a general store, things like that. So it's not just these stone hovels in our market. So there are these other structures mainly made out of stone, single story, and then they have actual stone foundations because of the snow. So they have to be elevated with these staircases that lead up to these doors. None of these structures are 2-story, and none of them have windows except when we get to the actual manor. We've already had the liberty of putting down your tokens, so you should have vision as soon as you come in. The actual manor is a 2-story structure. It's the largest, easily the largest structure in the town. It's made out of kind of a rock wall with inner wood, windows, double panes with metal actual kind of edging upon them. Your double wooden door, this actually has now been destroyed, kind of blown backwards is what it seems. And they do have 2 pocket windows since metal reinforced. There's a small garden out front of the actual manor with a wrought iron fence that goes around. And you do also observe that the dirt road, when you kind of turn off of that, it comes into like a cobbled road, like a bricked road, and it's been shoveled. And so you're almost getting this vibe as you come up that this is a very independent, luxurious structure compared to the rest of this poverty-ridden town. With that, you arrive. The 3 kind of guard. They're following you. Obviously, you're on the wagon, most of you. So they're trailing you by some distance as you make your way here to the structure. One of them kind of steps out towards the front door before you enter in. Maybe you're kind of forming like a semicircle around in the garden. When you go in, just be careful not to touch a whole lot of things. We have yet to really go through, intricate details.
Are we expecting danger in there? I thought we were just looking for a guy.
No, you got to get your hands dirty. I'm going to walk in.
Well, we've already did a scope and a scan. We're going to go to the bedrooms and the library and administration. And the Duke is not there. And the servant here, follow me. And she kind of leads into this particular room here, which is in the north east part of the structure. And this feels almost like a common room. 2 fireplaces coming up. And again, place like this with windows, you have to have fireplaces pretty much in every room with temperatures that will easily go below freezing during the night and only hover right around 40 degrees during the day. There is a actual like a pool table. There's a couple of casks of ale on a wooden table or an actual shelf that extends out. Cupboards kind of dot around on the northern wall. You're able to get mugs and things from. All of the actual glassware and mugs and things, those are all either silver or gold. As you come into this room, she almost points to this servant that has its throat slit. This servant is the one that you all have had experience with, besides Kane. And this servant answered the door, didn't really make too much stuff, and I honestly don't think that you all asked her name. So, but
So it's like we all knew she was irrelevant.
Servant 1.
So I don't think
Yeah, we
you asked
metagamed
her
the shit
name.
out of that one.
She kind of points to the body. It's Trisha, servant of the Duke's, a local here, hired on when the Duke arrived. Throat slit, possessions still there, clothes still on. Doesn't appear to have had any change of clothes for the night at all.
I'm coming up to speed, but who all had access to the manor besides the servants and the Duke?
Well, we, of course, as guards, one of us has a key. In fact, I'm the one who carries it. And, well, we make inspections, routine, answering the door. We have morning meetings to discuss what needs to be done. Peluriza doesn't have access into the manor itself, but will come and frequent every couple of days to give reports of what's happening with the mine. And there's the other servant. Her name is Elise.
And where is she?
Nowhere to be found either.
Did you
Yes.
find any kind of murder weapon?
No, we did not find a weapon.
Before people went in,
I'm gonna walk around the perimeter and just see if I can see some approach or anything like that. And if I notice a spider following me, I'll pick it up and put it on my shoulder.
Okay.
Spiders on your boat.
There we go. So just walking around looking for footprints or anything like that.
Yeah. Go ahead and I'm gonna have you roll. It's kind of tracking, which would be survival. I'll allow investigation or a survival roll, whichever one you have a higher roll for. 10 survival. So you are beginning to kind of make your way. In fact, when you make your way around the wagon, you do see that there appears to be a boot, like a slipper print of a maybe potentially a half boot or something, and appears to have tripped over the wagon. That's lower down. It's not hitched or anything. So it's in the snow. And you kind of see the snow has been almost moved back, and then a knee going down, not full prone, and then picked up, and then moved on. Weather-wise, it was a light snow last night, and you're able to now, taking the 10, moving a little bit further, you see that the kind of trail is beginning to form, headed to the town on the south side, but the 10 is not able to continue to follow it.
And is it leading from the house towards the house?
You can definitely figure out that it's leading away from the house.
Okay. Does it lead back to this door I'm there or anything?
Yeah, you're not able to figure that out.
Okay. I'll keep going around.
And then Ferox, you're still spider, right? Okay,
Yep.
I'll delete your other token.
I'd like to look for any signs that either like blood leading somewhere or any spot that looks like it's been cleaned recently.
Okay.
Like I'm trying to cover
Go-
something up.
Yeah, Mo's gonna ping for the stream just to get the stream view over. Yeah, go ahead and roll an investigation check. 19. That's awesome. So you are actually looking kind of about the room, right? So you're looking at the body and you see that the pool of blood is specifically underneath the neck region, right? So it's a clean cut. So the first investigation, just looking at the body, is that this is a precision cut. So whoever did it there was no struggle, right? So there wasn't anything that denotes that this person was aware of what was happening. And then it's perfect as far as the blood pool. So no one has stepped in it. No one's attempted to clean it up. You're moving, like I said, about the room. So that was the first. And then you're kind of going around. Everything looks to be cleaned. Right? Dusted, picked up. Given the actual front room, with the doors open, that itself has a little bit of snow kind of pooling, some now water as it's melted. And then you're kind of noticing that there are some tools that this servant may have used to be cleaning the room. A duster, right, on one of the shelves left there. A broom in one of the corners. Definitely appears that this servant was cleaning this room. But there is no blood trail. There doesn't appear to be a weapon or anything anywhere in this room.
I'd like to cast Eyes of the Grave.
What?
Okay. I believe that is sensing undead, correct?
Any undead within 60 feet.
So I'm going to go ahead and, as you cast Eyes of the Grave, you don't necessarily sense any sort of undead within 60 feet. But you do feel, given that you are using this spell, obviously it's a new place for you, you do feel a presence underneath this structure. Not necessarily that it's an undead figure or entity or anything, but more of like, what's the term for it? Like consecrated or, the ground, right?
Desecrated.
Desecrated. Yeah, that's the word.
Is it possible to, are the servants' quarters here in the manor, or is it a separate building? Would we be able to perhaps look through this Elise's belongings? Perhaps it might give us a clue where she might have gone.
Is that what you're asking the guard?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm Elise. I believe she actually is the one who stayed within the manor. This one particular throat slit here, Trisha, she actually has a small home that she occupies just actually a little bit down the road from the manor. Elise was staying in one of the guest bedrooms, quite large, in fact. There's only 2 bedrooms here.
Is that normal for a servant?
I'm not sure. I mean, obviously, I have been places, Thema and Lathan, mostly up north. I have seen nobles with servants before. Many of them kept them in the house, but in separate quarters, sectioned off. This does seem a bit peculiar that Elise would be staying within one of the rooms.
Was there something going on between Elise and the Duke?
Oh, you know it.
Honestly, I have no idea.
If you had to guess.
Well, I mean, the Duke did show up with Elise. The story says that they met in Othema, and there was some arrangement with her father, and they arrived together and been staying here.
Yeah. Don't judge anybody else's journey. Can we see your quarters then?
Yes, they're upstairs. I'm gonna do, because obviously switching maps and stuff. I can bring just David. I can bring just you into that map. Do you all?
I'm gonna follow.
Okay, so we can all go up there, or
I'll look around to anybody else that wants to join.
yeah.
Okay.
We need a strong lad like you.
So out of character here, do we remember what the Grey Dwarf said about exactly where he was ambushing all the stuff and where he was going, or did he just say that they were ambushing the carts?
Yeah,
In the
so,
past.
yeah, recollecting off of the information, you do know that they were speaking as if they were ambushing the wagons in the actual pass.
In
So
the past,
we're
but didn't it
came-
say where?
No, they did not
Okay.
specifically state where. And the actual arrangement, the 10 days bringing the Duke's head, they'll find you. So when you
I
actually,
thought we were supposed to meet them south of somewhere in the pass.
no, that the arrangement was made that you would make your way into the pass, and that
They'll find us.
They'll find you
Okay, cool.
within the 10 days. And again, the pass is the road is very like linear as far as direction. Right? You're not going to be trying to zigzag through different places in the pass. You just want to get up and over at the lowest possible elevation. So I'm going to go ahead, and then CJ and Harax, are you going to stay downstairs?
I make it all the way around unless I find anything.
Okay. I'll put you both upstairs then, at least to give you
Yes,
a vision of it, and then I'll drag over the spider as well. Okay, so you should all be brought into the map. If you aren't, perhaps a refresh. And then
This is down the stairs.
This is up. You are on the
Up.
you're on the main level, and you've gone up the stairs.
Oh yeah, I recognize that room. You locked us in.
Okay.
Yep.
And then she begins to move over in this direction and kind of opens the door and then sidesteps it. So obviously assuming that you would inspect her room. This is her room in here, and then that's the Duke's over there. And then she makes her way and opens this door as well. think we lost Sage.
Hmm.
So hopefully they get back in. I noticed that I don't believe that they did not switch maps. So I don't know if internet issues or whatnot. So you come into this room. The actual ceiling height's slightly vaulted. It's actually about 11 feet. There's not an exposed actual frame for the actual roof, so it's kind of like a sheetrock type thing happening on the actual ceiling. And this particular room that she was staying in is luxurious. It is large. It does appear to have a chest at the foot of the bed, and their chest kind of over the side, the fireplace there in the middle of the wall. There's a bathtub, and the water actually has been drawn. So there is water in that tub. Wardrobe, a mirror, 2 nightstands, and the bed itself is denoted as a queen size mattress. So queen bed. The actual linens there are silk, right? So silk blanket, pillows, things like that. So it's very luxurious when you walk in this room.
Particularly so for a servant, right? This wouldn't be the normal quality of life for a servant.
No, this would not be.
I'm gonna idly walk around the room and look for anywhere they might have stashed like anything they didn't want to find or they didn't want found.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
I would if my stuff was loading. I had to refresh my page, so I have nothing loaded still.
Okay. You're here though, talking with us. What do you see as far as your screen right now?
A gray screen, and that's it. And I'm waiting for my character sheet to pop up.
Okay.
With just a quick glance around the room, does anything seem to immediately stand out? Like anything tucked out of place? Anything tilted the wrong way? Like perhaps a drawer unpulled? Does it look like anybody did anything in this room besides draw water?
Yeah. So from a quick scan, you do denote that the left nightstand, from the bed's perspective, is slightly ajar. The wardrobe appears to kind of, as you open it, appears to be somewhat empty, but not in the sense that someone's packed it away and then taken it with them. It's just in the sense that there's clothes missing from it.
I did roll a 17, by the way.
Yeah, I gotcha. Are you in the map now?
Yeah.
Okay, see that there. So I guess you roll a 17. Same observation I would say as Kane is that the nightstand itself is ajar. The water temperature is cold, so whenever this bath was drawn, perhaps it was last night, and not relative in the period of within, say, 1 hour, right? It's definitely cold. So, and the fire itself is slightly died out. So right now, it's just like embers. So it almost reminds you is that this fire has been going on for a period of like 6-7 hours without having any sort of wood thrown on it.
Guess I'll search the nightstand.
All right. So you open the nightstand, and inside you find a hairbrush, which is actually made of silver. Hand mirror, it's made out of silver as well. And then you find an interesting looking like piece of parchment that has been folded up and put between the glass and the glass and the metal of the mirror. It's like a little bit sticking out of it.
I'm gonna pull it out.
All right, so you pull it out and you begin to read it. It's actually in common. So this right now, as you read it, it appears to be in the words of somebody that's talking about Elise. Right, so it doesn't appear to be like a first-person narration. It definitely seems to be something that's wrote by somebody else that's describing. And then from reading it further, it is the father of Elise. Elise, listen. You need to be safe, whatever you do. This one that's arriving is not one of us. They are someone that wishes to be something of the past and bring it back. You must stay true to yourself and our people, and understand But when the time comes, you must do what is necessary. Follow this person. Stay with them. Earn their trust. And then when the time is right, do it. Signed, yours truly, Dad.
I'll hand it to Kane to let him read it as well.
Okay.
This is quite strange. Does anybody know Lisa's last name or who her father was?
Let's ask the guards.
Yeah, not any of us, but possibly one of the guards.
Okay. So
And just out of game, have you guys been in this manner before? Have you like gone over these chests and everything to see if there's anything of value, or is this your first time in this room?
I
First time
minimize
in
my
this
theft
room,
in front of guards.
Considering it was her room, so
I just give a quick like jiggle to both chests to see if they're open or if they're locked.
yeah, so the chest at the actual foot of the bed, that one is locked. The other chest that is kind of in the corner, as you open that one, that appears to be, what's the word for it? Like rugs, tapestries, linens. It seems to be almost like excess storage for the room. In the sense that maybe if the bed is dirty, they can pull out some extra things and then put it upon the actual bed.
Well, I can probably work my way through this lock if none of you as anybody's specialty here.
I mean, I'm gonna try to kick it open, like I did the one in the mine.
You want to try kicking it open?
Yeah, I'm gonna try busting a lock with my bare foot.
All right. Give me an athletics roll. 19. So this is not like a padlock. This is a actual locking mechanism that's part of the actual chest. So as you kick the actual chest, you do indeed damage the chest, but the actual lock itself is still there. It doesn't
Well,
actually
I tried.
I'll give it a go. Just to be safe, just in my old years, you might want to take a step back. You might get a splinter in the eye.
Oh, flex on him.
Or stay right there. So I'd like to check to see if it's trapped.
Okay.
And if not,
Sure. Go ahead and roll investigation then. Uh, 14 does not appear to be trapped.
okay, I will cast guidance on myself and then try to pick the lock.
All right. Should give you a D4 there.
Correct. I also get an extra D4 as part of my warder's intuition. So
You roll
should
two
be
D4 then.
so Thieves' Souls check.
You should be able to roll directly off the tool. Yeah. 21. Well, that's incredibly high. So rolling the 2 there. 7. So it's 28. Yeah. So it's butter. So you literally get to this lock. I mean, obviously slightly damaged now. There's wood splitters. Things have kind of caved in. But you take your thieves' tools out. Just kind of like instantly, bam. Like it's maybe a second that you're working on this lock, and it just like that, and you know that it's there, and you slightly open it. Given your investigation, you don't see any traps. And as you open it, you see the actual inside of it appears to be a very elegant silk dress. Appears to be white and gold, like etching that's around it. And then as you're beginning to like move the dress, underneath it appears to be a tome of some kind.
Does it have any type of like writing or symbology on the tome, or?
Yeah, so the actual writing upon it simply states what you speak. Do you speak Abyssal?
I do not.
Okay. So there appears to be some sort of name written in Abyssal on the cover of it. And
I
then as you-
actually speak Abyssal.
Okay, so Ike, are you there? With
I am.
I'll
Looking over his
not
shoulder.
recognizing it. I will wave it to anybody like there's a tome here, and I can't read what it is, but I think we should read it before we grab it. If anybody can read this over here.
Of course, and I'm gonna grab it.
Okay. So as you grab it and you begin to, so the actual title of it is denoted as Servant of the Great Fiend, and then you begin to thumb through it. So Ica, immediately to you, this appears to be like a spell book, but in the sense of more ritualized magic pertaining to a warlock.
Mm-hmm. Spell book full of warlock rituals.
Do we know
You're
who the
gonna
Great
flip-
Fiend is?
Yeah, go ahead and roll religion. 14. So, Kane, you recollect on your travels, maybe history as well. This kind of ties into that. And I do know you probably have a little more proficiency with, you get the D4, I think, at history too. So, if I remember correctly.
No, it's investigation, which I should have done earlier, and
Okay.
thieves' Tools.
Okay. So you know that the Great Fiend is a patron of warlocks, and this particular patron was very prominent to an order of warlocks referred to as the First Reckoning. Now, your roll of 14, you can't hit a ballpark figure as far as time, like how old this group is. Do they exist? You just know that in the distant past, that the First Reckoning was a thing and now is not.
I will relay that to the group to the best of my knowledge.
Oh, Cassia be damned. One thing after the other. Is this book just like regular ritual spells, or is it like specific things?
Oh, it actually pertains like actual things you could, as a wizard, you might be able to bring over, right? As far as your mechanic of learning from it.
I would like that very much.
Yeah.
I'll keep it.
Okay.
My turn. Is there anything in this chest?
So you, Kyler, you go to that chest. That chest is locked right there in the
I
Duke's.
smash it with my hammer.
You all smashing chests, man.
No, that's me. Everyone's just a.
All right, I'm gonna have
Poser.
you. I'm just gonna have you roll an athletics check for that. I mean, obviously you're smashing with a hammer, but 15. Okay, so this chest does have a little bit of metal reinforcement to it. You bring your hammer down, and you kind of come through the actual top of the chest, just down into a little bit of your like almost like a puncture wound into the chest, and then with some more work, as you kind of splinter the wood fragments, you're not necessarily able to reach your hand into it and grab anything out, but you're able to kind of see inside. And this chest in particular appears to have many different scrolls. Not able to read what these scrolls are. They're just pieces of parchment that have been rolled up and tied off.
Yeah, I don't care about that. What about this nightstand?
Yeah, so that nightstand inside contains a hairbrush. This one particular is gold. There is a hand mirror as well. This one's gold as well. So you get to see a little bit higher class between the difference of the nightstands. And then there are beauty products in there. So there are things to necessarily like perfume, maybe some makeup, equivalent to that of a disguise kit.
Yeah, I don't care about that. Next drawer.
This one, this one in particular has actual filled with like small blankets and things that if you get cold at night, you could bring out one and like lay it over. That's it.
Yeah, I don't care about that. All right, I'm gonna bust open this next chest.
You're gonna smash it?
Is it open?
It's this one's unlocked.
I smashed the chest. No, I'll open it.
Okay. So this one has similar to the other chests in the other room. This is like linens and different things that you would use to put onto the actual bed and place things.
Okay, cool. Oh wait, I didn't see this. What's in this bedstand? Whatever chest here.
That one right there is locked.
Oh, do I need to roll athletics or can I force it open?
Oh, of course you gotta roll athletics if you want to try to force it.
Absolutely.
16 doesn't budge as you're kind of trying to force it to get up. Doesn't seem to be breaking the lock.
Just gonna
What is all that
scream.
noise over
I'm
there?
just gonna scream really loudly trying to break this thing open.
Okay.
Do I need to roll again?
I think at this point, everyone else probably in the room is probably hearing a large
I
commotion.
am not being subtle at all.
He's being attacked.
That's easily able to be heard as you hear Kyler.
You're
Smashing
shattering
and
of
crunching.
wood
I
and
think at this
scream.
point too, she would probably pop in the guard, would probably pop in the room, and be like, "What are you doing in here? What is happening?"
Duke missing. Search Duke's room. I mean, come on. This thing's locked. Can somebody open this, or do I need to hit it again?
Our friend seems to be pretty good at undoing locks, so
Oh, certainly.
Yeah, send
I
it.
will repeat the same routine.
All right, give me a roll for investigation, then D4 if you're gonna check for traps first.
Mhm. That's a D4. So that is 18 total for the investigation.
18. This does appear to be trapped. So you're able to almost kind of pry open the lid from what Kyler has done. And you do see this, there appears to be some sort of actual, like, twine or string that's going towards the back of the chest.
Friends, you might want to take a step back. This is trapped and I'll need to disarm it. But
Pull out my shield and I just brace myself.
go ahead.
I will try to disarm it. Casting guidance on myself first.
Okay, so go ahead and 2d4, and then you should do it from your Thief's Tools, I believe, as well.
Correct.
So 14, not good enough to recover the trap. I do recovery of traps, by the way.
Oh, very cool.
14 is good enough to disable the trap. So you figure out that there is some sort of, as it opens, this thing's supposed to pull, right? Kind of a lever mechanism, and it's as simple as kind of reaching in there and cutting it, right? So it doesn't have any tension of the lid forcing it open. From there, you go to actually unlock the chest. So go ahead and give me a roll 2 for that. Awesome.
20.
Yeah, so you're able to work your Thief's Tools in. This dot lock appears to be a little more complicated. Potentially takes a more intricate key, and you're able to get it open with it.
I will lift it up and see what's inside.
Okay. So you slowly lift it up, obviously trying to, make sure your work was adequate. And you do see that it appears to be kind of a hand crossbow that's aimed slightly arched to fire a bolt at whoever is standing right there. The hand crossbow is recoverable, but to set it up as a trap is not. So, if anybody wants a hand crossbow, appears to be common.
I'll point out to anybody who wants it.
Weak weaponry.
So in the actual chest itself appears to be a map.
I'll pick it up and look at it.
All right. So you pick it up. It's not laid out at the bottom of the actual chest, but it's kind of rolled up at the center. And it does have, you pick it up and you almost kind of undo it and you just kind of open it up. And it does appear to be a map denoting Karak, the pass, and then a structure far to the south, about a day and a half to 2 days of travel.
I'm a hero.
Point it out to everybody in the room and ask them if anybody knows it.
I think that's our
I
lead.
don't. Unfortunately. that seems to be the case.
Okay, well, if you're gonna be a sourpuss about it, there's a chest over there with some scrolls. Go check it out.
I will go check it out, actually. Maybe I will. And then I'm gonna go over there.
I'm gonna do the Sergeant Johnson from Halo 2. I know what the ladies like.
So
Anybody play
this,
Halo
this
2? Just
chest
me?
is locked, Ika. You probably don't know that.
I mean, I busted it up a little bit, right?
I mean, yeah, it looks smashed to the top end.
I mean, am I able to reach through the top of it to grab the scrolls?
The hole is very small. I think you would need at least a small sized creature to be able to put your hand through this
Can I try
huge
to break
chest.
it the rest of the way?
You need more help? I got
Smash
my
the rest of
hammer.
the way? I mean,
Yeah.
give me an athletics check. I mean, just keep rolling athletics. 17. I guess you make the hole slightly larger, so you're kind of smashing inwards at it. Wood splinters to different things. Sure, you can grab what's inside.
Yeah,
God, that
I'm gonna
sounds
do
fun.
I just love. This is gonna be out of character. I just love how you have a character that's unlocked chests, like very, very effectively, and then you still are proceeding to smash them. It's
Hey.
hilarious.
Out of character wise, yeah, we know, but character wise, I don't know if this dude's gonna hang around. I mean, damn.
So in this particular chest appears to be actual documents. These scrolls, as you pull them out, they are stamped. So the actual thing that's there's a tie to help keep them together, but they're actually stamped as well, like sealed, right? So you break one of the seals of one of them and begin to open it up, and they appear to be orders, and essentially like a bill of sale or purchase order is what you almost imagine them to be. And the chest itself seems to date back all the way until the Duke had arrived, which was about 2 years ago to Iraq.
What is he ordering?
They are a mixture of supplies. I mean, you can almost imagine that this manor itself, like these purchase orders, are for the supplies for the manor, and the materials.
Large pepperoni.
The materials that had to get here, different exotic goods, into the kitchen, contracting out for companies that would make their way, prior to the embargo, up into the bay to deliver, food and things. None of them really are like a ledger or anything that has to do with the Harak Mining Company. Nothing like that. These are like personal purchase orders.
What's the most recent one?
Yeah, so the most recent one dates back into the middle of the summer. So this would be relatively 2.5 to 3 months. And that is for an order of 16 pineapples.
Does it say where they came from, or like?
Yeah, so they appears to have come from Alathan, and that is a transport. As far as it reading the document, it was over land. It's not from the sea.
Okay.
Where it came from Alathan before that, who knows? And then company-wise, I believe. Let me go ahead and take a look. I actually had a company that delivered fruit. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Maybe that's a little redundant information, so we'll just say it's a company based on.
Are CJ and the spider in the room with us as well? I didn't know if they were.
Are you both in the room?
Not currently.
So nothing that sticks out, just regular supplies and food and stuff.
Yeah, there's not a singular company that's being ordered from, right? So, 16 pineapples, you kind of look through, appears to be a different company for the other order, all that. There's not really a commonality about these purchase orders. They appear to be quite random.
Okay, so he hasn't ordered anything weird, just regular supplies and stuff.
I mean, pineapples are a bit weird to get up here, but it's the Duke we're talking about here. You definitely you've had interaction with this.
I kind of
person.
get his vibe.
Okay.
He's a baller.
They were unimpressive. I
Sorry, it looked interesting for you, not me.
Do we intend on following the map that we found?
Makes sense to me. Does anybody else have a lead?
Are we gonna go track down the Duke?
Yeah, let's do it.
Have we checked the other room? Last room. Oh, perhaps we should clear everything here to make sure we have all the information and then move on. But
Okay.
I will point out on the map the structure to see if anybody has like a local knowledge of that. Perhaps I don't know if anybody's seen that before. It's unfamiliar to me, but
Yeah, so the only person would probably be the guard that would have familiarity. Yeah, so
as
you
well.
kinda-
Yeah.
Oh, and then obviously
Worst
this
Guards ever.
This person is amazed that you found this map. Again, did not inspect intricate details, right? Just decided questions first and then investigating. That's simply because they're not very well trained, probably.
Oh, I'm
So
a hero. What did they expect?
You
I'm
check
amazing.
the map, and so she's kind of looking through it and denoting structures and things. I'm not entirely sure what that is, but I do recall that there was something that was being built there, maybe by the previous owners of the Iraq Mining Company. They were exploiting and looking for other deposits that were more rich besides iron ore. It's a good ways
Did-
away, though.
Do you know if they ever finished or if it's abandoned?
I have no idea. All I know is that the previous owners, this was quite a long time ago, but of course, Pelu likes to chat, and we've had numerous occasions of chatting with that gnome, that's the reason why the previous company went bankrupt. They were stretched far too thin.
Anyways,
Yes, the
so
last
we
room,
intend
if
on
you-
clearing out the whole manor, do we?
Yeah, the last room that you have not inspected is the actual Duke's office.
Oh, all right. Let's go. I got my hammer ready.
The door's open, right?
Yeah, it's
Squeeze in
unlocked.
here.
Just double indoor, swings outwards, a little bit reinforced. The actual handles of this are kind of like a plated metal, almost of that of like silver potentially. When you come in, you are immediately hit with two fireplaces in the center, a 12-foot ceiling height, and then you have bookshelves along the southern wall. You have more bookshelves in the corner and western wall there. And then this massive, grand, large oak desk. This thing is large.
Yeah, I'm gonna start rifling through it.
Okay, so the details of the carvings and things in this desk denote that it is foreign in nature. So whoever has made this, the symbols upon them are kind of elvish, derived, and they're not
Sorry.
any sort of language or anything, but they give you a sense of decoration, decor, right, about the desk. Obviously, the desk has shelves. There's 3 shelves on either side, and then there's one main shelf in the center nearby the actual chair. So on top of the desk is a golden pitcher that is filled with wine currently, and a couple of these golden actual goblets or mugs that sit nearby. A couple of these scrolls appear to be actual decrees, so stuff that's been sent by Lord Thalon Falor, and so these are particularly really nice, metal engraved, are able to be wrapped up and packaged to be made look more pristine than your generic parchment that's been rolled up. Nothing too particular stands out about them. They are in the words of what you imagine to be Lord Thalon Falor, which is giving updates as far as what is needed, right?
And
We need this
Michael, real quick, you should adjust the stream. It's like focused on the stairway.
Oh, really? Okay.
Mhm.
You keep up with that. I'm gonna keep trying to snap.
I got you.
Thanks.
I got you.
It's tough to have both open. Look at the,
I know.
look at them both. Yeah.
Are there any other parchments that might be blank, maybe to send back? Of those specific parchments, or are they all inbound?
They're all bound. They're all from Lord Thalon Falor. They're all signed.
Okay.
There's actual a symbol, which is this kind of griffin-like creature that's coming out, and it's like stamped with that symbol.
Ooh,
I'll go ahead and
Thanks.
take one,
Okay.
what's this on the drawer?
and then I'm gonna go through I guess this left drawer first, making sure it's not trapped now that we know that there's hidden crossbows everywhere, apparently.
For someone so weak, Ica, you are nosy.
I'll try to make it relatively quick as you go through the actual shelves, but I will have you roll a investigation check for all of them. As you go. All right, 12.
12.
So you are going through the actual drawers here, and all of them appear to be unlocked, and does not appear to be any traps. You find one drawer specifically for paper, another drawer for much fancier paper, a little bit thicker. There's an actual symbol of the Duke's ring, which is somewhat of this like slanted eye. With a kind of a vine twirl to the left of it, which you imagine to be maybe the Orillo family symbol. And then ink, quill, a couple different feathers, and a couple different pens as well in the top drawer. And then the other side is a mixture of various supplies. One of them is a kind of a jar with actual like wax that you would melt and then use it for stamping. There is a tool for calculating, very old school calculator. Nothing in there is out of the ordinary.
I'm gonna take the paper with the Brillo symbol on it and a pen, so I don't have to use my my quill all the time.
Okay.
And then probably just the wax for the stamp thing, because that could be useful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is anybody else doing anything while you're in the room?
Yeah, I'm looking on this bookshelf back here. These scrolls.
I'm eyeballing the guards, fascinated that they don't mind us stealing the Duke stuff, but keeping an eye out.
I mean, right now, as far as the guard is really just stationed, kind of looking in, staying outside the room. One of the comments was not to rifle through things and take things, but given that the chests are kind of smashed, you definitely feel the face right now of this guard is disappointed. But you did find a map, right? And so there is now evidence and things. So you have disappointed, but you also have I wonder what else they're gonna find while they dig through here.
I also said I would find him. So I mean, I'm working on it, man. I'm trying my hardest out here.
Absolutely.
This bookshelf in the back is kind of short. It's only about 4 feet tall. It's got 2 shelves. On the top end of this bookshelf, on the actual shelves, are volumes. The volumes denote from 1 to, as far as months go, 2 years, so 24. So there's 24 volumes.
Yeah.
And they appear to be just details and accounting of day. Right, so they go day by day, and most of the pages are maybe 1 line, 2 line, not really well filled in. But this person definitely feels like somebody that documents a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
The bottom shelf is a random different assortment of like common reading. So if the Duke wanted to take a break, perhaps this would be books that he would pull out, some fantasy novels and things like that. So.
Can we go to the latest entry in the volumes of the recording to see what he was writing about before he disappeared?
Sure. So you open it up and you look at the last entry, which was yesterday. And this was accounted in the morning, which, given a time, obviously they don't have clocks, but right at dawn, right, was what it denotes. And then obviously 14th of Ron, which is September. This entry was about you all. So this, except for you, Kane, obviously. This entry was saying that I believe that they've figured out what they intend to do. I'm surprised that they still stayed. There is nothing that would suggest, given you're dealing CJ and Ferox, that would incriminate this person as far as like, send guards after them, arrest them, why didn't they leave, whatnot, like that. It's just documenting where you all went, what you were doing. Very plain language. Other than that, the entry ends. There's no other stuff.
Scroll on top.
Kyler, so you grab the scroll on top. This scroll appears to be from Pelu Riza, which has just a twine a little bit over it. You kind of unwrap it and then look at it. And this is a letter that has been wrote in by the gnome, the Rock Mining Company, and simply states that there's a tunnel in on the eastern side of the mine, which is information you already.
Nah, I've already done that. All right, I leave.
So nothing else of note over here. If I just look around,
With investigation of 12, no.
sad.
CJ nudges Kane and says, "Is that a chest in the corner?"
Oh, I think you're right, friend. Do you want to try your hand at it, or?
No. You
Oh.
seem very good at it.
Okay, I'll
Welcome.
give it a go. I will check to see if it's trapped. Casting guidance to myself, and if it's not trapped, then I'll unlock it.
Okay. So you're checking for traps first on it.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna do that every time there's a chest.
We're gonna. Well, we should make a macro for this, right? Just macro, find chest or like found chest, right? Then hit the macro. So 8 investigation, then you have a D4.
So 11 to see if it's trapped.
Okay, so 11, as you're kind of looking at the chest itself, doesn't appear to be trapped.
I will make a macro for this down the road. So
It'd be fun, yeah. A little found chest macro.
23 to pick it.
23 to pick it, yeah. So you're able to unlock this. It definitely feels like a very low DC in this lock. You're able to unlatch it, and then as you open it, nothing is released upon you or anything. And inside of this appears to be 8 wine bottles, which are full, uncorked, and they look expensive.
Is the guard watching me right now?
The guard has yet to even enter into the room.
Sweet, just right into the bag.
All right. Go pocket those 8 wine bottles.
Good choice. He's rich. He'll probably get more.
Yeah, we'll drink a bottle with him if we save him.
As far as items right now, I've been trying to keep track of some of the stuff that's actually like sellable things that you all have been kind of taking, and then like the tome, right, Ica, that you took.
Yeah. I've got a tome, a pen, a letter from the Lord, fancy parchment with the Brillo symbol on it, and a wax stamper.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of like taking a note of like, you know, kind of critical, maybe sellable things, stuff like that,
Yeah.
and then we can drag those into your inventories at later point. So
So that was 8 bottles of expensive wine.
yes, 8 bottles of expensive wine. Yep. Like I said, I'm just keeping track of it, and then I can drag it into your inventory. You might be able to find in the compendia. I do have
Yeah.
the actual
You
item.
can always make a custom item as well, like for us to track. So anybody can add a custom item into their inventory in the meantime, so you're not having to keep track of it. So.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so Kyler, you have left.
Oh yeah, I'm already downstairs. I'm gone. I got the map, or I saw it with the map. I'm out.
Okay.
Yeah, regroup with them. If we got all information.
All right, headed back out of the main floor.
On the way out, I will pass a bottle to CJ directly. Like, you're right.
Thanks. Out of character, did someone sense a presence below?
I
Yes.
did. Yeah. A desecrated presence below. There's no basement that we've seen.
We looked.
I'll ask the guard. But
Yeah.
Right.
is there any basement below?
I believe in the kitchen there's a cellar. It's quite small for food and such, but that's it.
Well, worth a look, just in case there might be any clues down there.
We're nothing if not thorough.
Okay. Let's head down to the kitchen then. I'm gonna go and activate the main floor. Hopefully everyone's brought into it. Yeah, nice. So she comes over here, opens this door here, and then waltzes over there to the corner. So this is going to be in the north western side of the manor. It's kind of an annexed area Opens the door. Kind of built off on a wing, no real second story there. And in this kitchen appears to be completely cold. So there's the fire has died out. The actual oven that's over there on the north side is died out. You do see that there are like actual like cutlery, cutting boards, things like that that are still dirtied. So after dinner potentially, and it's not clean. There is a double door on the south side of the structure, and that's actually going to lead out to a path that goes and links up to what you imagine to be like a garage area. And then the actual single door that leads down to the cellar is directly there on the north side of the kitchen.
I open it.
Presumably the cellar door is unlatched.
Yeah,
Unlocked.
there's no lock on it, just a circular wrought iron handle. You're able to lift it up and then easily
open
able to
it.
go through.
On this side.
Sweet. Going down.
All right, we're all going down.
I am.
Okay. Anybody that's not going down, speak your piece.
Is there room for all of us?
Oh, that was quick. The Game Master pinged.
Just to move the screen view. So as you come into here, you see that this is a very well kept cellar. You descend down, not very far. It's roughly only about 10 feet actually below the main level, but the stone is very thick, and you definitely know that it provides colder temperatures obviously down here, but the thick stone is able to create a barrier down here. There's a little kind of outlet that has wine bottles that are stacked up, and then the ceiling is about 8 feet. So it's not very tall, but enough for a ladder there in case you have to get to the top of the actual wine bottles. These bottles, Kane, are not nearly the same quality as the ones in the chest. These appear to be very common. Some of them are actually drank, recorked, put back. Flour sacks. There's other just kind of a large area that's been piled up with these like kind of 50-pound flour sacks. You have actual ale barrels that have been put up, 3 of them. There's shelves that go up to 8 feet, a total of 6 shelves, and on these you have a mixture of different jarred vegetables, maybe some dried meats and other things like that. Again, this is just a typical food cellar.
I'm
Did
gonna go
anyone
around.
sense anything?
I'm gonna go around and see if there's anything hidden like around the walls and around. See if anything seems hollow or out of place.
Okay.
I'll knock on the barrels.
You knock
Same
on the
idea.
barrels.
Yeah. They sound right?
You knock on the barrels, and the top one feels like there's something in it besides liquid. And then I could go ahead and roll investigation if you're going to be going around the actual room, kind of stomping. So 15, you go about the room. Apparently everything's really solid up until you get to right there. That section of the wall, as you reach over that barrel and tap, particularly has a slight hollow sound to it.
I will repeat my casting of Eyes of the Grave to see if that presence is any stronger down here.
It is indeed, but the stone itself, creating this aura about, there's no direction to this, right? Just feel it around.
It's a little bit chillier down here. I do feel that same presence a little bit stronger.
I lagged out and didn't hear anything you said, by the way.
Not important. I'm sure we won't die.
We all died. We got shot by poison arrows.
That's really sad.
Yeah, I know. Michael, you
What's up?
gonna repeat what happened?
Sure.
Yeah, I lagged out.
Okay. I was gonna let you all
Oh no, that's not.
No, you reach over and you tap on the stone wall over that actual barrel on the south side of the cellar, and that does appear to be slightly hollow.
Is that the same barrel that doesn't seem?
Yeah.
And
While we're doing that,
I think he was asking if it was the same barrel that
That
felt
is-
full.
That well, tapping over the barrel, the one that feels full is, I believe, CJ, just the top one. Is
Yeah.
what I imagined you were knocking into.
so it seems like both the barrel and the wall are worth investigating. Someone want to help me with this barrel? Is there a
I'm gonna swing my axe at the barrel.
Swing your axe at the barrel.
Yeah.
I think.
I try
Are we not
to
in the way.
block the axe.
Okay,
Too
so
small.
All
Too
right,
small.
so this is how we're gonna play it. So I want to have a acrobatics check from CJ,
I'm gonna help.
and then I want an
Since I'm-
athletics check from Kyler, and then CJ, you have advantage on that. So hold on Alt if Ike is going to help. Oh my! Oh my!
Do you guys forget
Oh, wow.
who I
that's
am?
That's impressive. Okay, well,
Oh, I'd love you. You know, I got to put myself in between you and. Right.
all right. Well, so you see, Kyler.
The first nat 20 of the night.
So CJ, you just tap onto the barrel, and you're just kind of like, what is in there, right? And then Kyler just immediately just comes up behind you, and just smashes it with the great axe, splitting it in two, and this ale just begins to kind of pour out of it. And then as it's pouring out of it, an actual limb that's decayed and rotten just gets stuck between the actual splitting of the reams of wood from this barrel, and just like holds there, and the ale just continues to pour out of it until it's empty.
God, I amaze myself sometimes.
Yeah, me too.
Gross.
Oh,
I've had it
there's
kinda-
Sage again.
I definitely think
Hold the body
Sage
out.
is having some internet issues. Given that we are all good, I'm not seeing anything on the console.
Yeah,
that
I
we
think
see.
I'm good.
Yeah, not even a burp.
David, you've been making a weird face for like 10 minutes for me. I think you're frozen. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
That's just my face.
Yeah, I like this guy already.
So this is a body that came out. Did I
Is
understand that right?
Dude, it's
A limb.
not a body that's came out, but it's like
Limbs.
almost as if you imagine like a limb got pulled out with the fluid of the ale, right? And it just got lodged there, and you immediately were like, "Whoa!" I mean, this is a wow moment, right? And then you go to the barrel itself, and you begin to look into it, dark vision, all that with dim light. So, and it does appear to be like a full body. And again,
Damn.
this barrel is, as far as size. It is very large, so this thing could fit easily someone that's under 6 feet.
He didn't split the body in half when he did that, did he?
It was a nat 20, baby. It was
Do you want to
precision.
know if the body's split in half?
Well, if it was, it wasn't for me.
The body is not split in half as far as cut in half, but it's definitely folded.
We use the light cantrip to create a little bit of light to see into the barrel to see if we can better see what this creature is.
Sure.
And male, female, race.
Sure. Yeah, so you cast light, and from what you imagine that this is a humanoid. The decay process appears to be quite advanced. You can roll an investigation check or even a medicine check if you'd like to figure out the age as far as this body goes. It doesn't appear to be an actual male female.
plus 7.
You can't really tell at this stage of the decay process. Size wise, it is a medium sized humanoid. With a 10 medicine check, Kane, you're not able to get age specific value. Definitely feels like in the last potentially decade. And then Farox with an 18 medicine, you're able to tell that this body has been intentionally decayed. Not in the sense that this body has been naturally decayed. This is something has definitely decayed this much quickly.
Talk about keeping skeletons in your closet. I think this one's intentional.
Good one.
All right, busted out.
bust out the body?
Yeah, man.
Wow.
What do you mean? Wow! I just found a body.
All right, you
I'm a hero.
bust out the body.
You didn't. Shit.
The Nat 20 disagrees with you.
I think I'm here for real now.
Okay. Are you having internet issues? I just want to clarify.
No, I think my Ethernet cord is wearing out, and it's weird because when I DC, I can hear you guys, but you guys can't hear me.
Okay. Yeah. It's
Yeah, it's where
probably
you
just-
like you completely disappear for us when you
Yeah,
DC. Yeah.
I disappear from me too, but I'm still here, which is weird. So I keep having to reload it.
You're a spirit. You're dead.
I guess so,
You're just.
but hopefully it's fine now.
You need a
Hopefully.
rest. All right, let me see the body.
It's a decayed, medium-sized humanoid. No,
Anything cool on it?
doesn't appear to be anything as far as gems, jewelry, anything that would have been able to be preserved through the decay process.
Can I like step over the body and try to find something that might like open a secret door or something, since the wall behind it is hollow?
Yeah, so
different.
I'm gonna have you do another investigation check then to specifically look at the spot.
I'm gonna go get the guard. Well, Ika does this.
Guidance on Ica.
You said investigation.
Yeah, go ahead and roll a d4 because Ferox give you guidance. Rather you head up to get the guard.
Yeah, just get the guard. Yeah.
Alright. Go ahead and put it
Is it sending? Is it going through?
Don't get the guard yet.
right.
I suggest for CJ.
I'm probably gonna assume that you have enough internet to give you juice over voice chat, but you probably don't have enough to actually.
I wonder why it's being like that.
Sure. We just
Oh,
now,
just go with the first one.
yeah, we just now got it. So 21, and then I think they got booted off.
Accidentally refresh. Where did Sage go?
Having internet issues.
Okay.
You're good though, right, Joey?
No, I accidentally clicked my mouse button, which
Oh, okay.
refreshes.
Okay. Just making
Neither
sure.
right now.
I wanted
Nope,
it
that
just
was my
fires
bad.
Things crashing. I wanna
Nope,
make sure
100% my bad.
Okay. I will help. Well, they rolled the 21, so investigation wise, there does not appear to be any sort of mechanism here that would provide access to another side of this wall.
Well, can't you break that down?
I mean, is that what you guys want?
The guard you brought down.
Now he asks.
The guard you brought down is amazed at this point. She's just gonna, waltz forward.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah, do you know who this is? I found this body in here.
she just stares at it in disbelief. A body here?
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea who that is.
Okay, you can go now.
What?
What do you mean? What, you don't know who it is? You're not helping?
Well, we have to figure this out.
That's what we're trying to do. If you're not any help, then leave.
I am of service here.
Then who is this? Tell me who this is. Who put this
to
here?
investigate here and ask questions. I mean, for all I know, you all put the body here.
You
Really,
heard the
look at
man.
this body. You tell me that I just put this body right here. Look how.
I know
Look,
that's,
I
know that's foolish, but having a body and then the barrel there, it's all smashed. It's just.
Well,
it
guess who
seems
worked
so-
here for the Duke, and guess who didn't? That's right. That's right.
Well, it seems very suspicious now for the Duke and Elise. We need to find them.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do.
Are you
man.
questioning one who can scare away a giant white dragon?
Hold the stone above my nose.
I have no idea what you're
That's what
talking
I
about.
thought. I'm a hero. David, I say I'm a hero a lot because I scared a white dragon away.
Did he scare a white dragon away?
I did. I did. It was awesome.
That is a true statement.
But I also constantly dashed when it was my turn. So I may have unintentionally scared it away, but I'm playing it as if I'm a hero.
Love it.
So yeah, right now, this
Yeah,
guard,
Sage is-
she is. Yeah, I think Sage might not be returning. The internet definitely seems like it's not working for them. So the guard right now is just in disbelief by this body. Not that they're not cooperating,
Yeah.
or even finding you all suspicious even now. It's more about figuring
It's
out
getting worse.
what is happening. It's getting worse. This investigation's getting worse. So they're
The-
go for it.
As just a guard person, this is not the Duke. Is that correct?
I mean, I wouldn't suppose so. This body appears to be rather decayed. I mean, this looks to be at least 5 years.
Could you just look at the face?
How would you pull a
carefully
medical
for
degree
us?
out of?
She looks at the face. I mean, the Duke has quite an elegant bone structure. High cheekbones.
That is true. That was actually described to us. It is true.
This face seems more rounded, larger eyes.
A lot uglier.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
You're welcome. I'm glad I can be of at least some help. She stares at Kyler.
You're welcome. Wait, why were we down here again?
Oh, you got to smash that wall down.
What
Yeah,
wall?
let's work on the wall.
We're talking open concept kitchen, or what are we looking at here? What am I smashing? Show me.
That one I found.
Run at the wall.
Point to the weak point in the wall and be like, go crazy.
Hammer away. Athletics.
Yeah, I'm gonna have you roll athletics. I mean, I actually at this point probably for the first 24. I mean, given time, you can pretty much have as much time as you want on this wall.
Yeah, dude.
Just go into town on it. I'm gonna go ahead and do some wizardry.
Get my own home renovating show on HGTV. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, this is the
While
Kyler
he's doing
special.
that, can the rest of us pass around a bottle of wine?
Sounds good.
Sure. While I make these walls up, we're gonna change the map right
So-
now.
Out of character, we did come down here because you detected undead, right?
Yeah.
Like, isn't it?
Yep.
You're lucky. I'm
I
really
told
good
you
at
I did.
walls of them. Okay, so
Dead, undead. It's all the same.
all right. So as
Undead,
Kyler, you
broken
take
wall.
time. I'm gonna say this is gonna take easily 20, 30 minutes. Right. You're working on this thick stone wall.
Damn, that's not bad.
Moving your hammer, just smacking it. Your hammer has taken a beating, right? Your hammer
That's
is
fine.
definitely has dents in it, things like that. I'm not gonna say it changes your rolls, but just some role play there that your hammer is definitely worn.
Am I
the
getting
guard-
stronger? Am I getting a
guard-
workout?
You're getting definitely a workout. Here. This is play a
I've seen-
montage song.
I
here.
saw Batman doing CrossFit during the stupid ass Justice League movie or whatever. He's hitting the tire with the hammer. I know what's up. I'm getting stronger.
You're getting stronger. I like it. So drinking the wine, right? You break a bottle of that exquisite, right? That nice wine, right? Out of what Kane found. It's amazing, right? This is like very high quality. It's something you would imagine at some sort of court or fancy party that you'd be drinking. And it's definitely something. As soon as it hits your lips, you know, it's easily 300 gold a bottle. So it's pretty astounding. Again, I went ahead and just did the wall, so 25, 30 minutes have passed. You steer down what appears to be a similar height, 8 feet of an actual corridor that kind of reaches down as far as dark vision. Yeah, Kyler, so you can see that. So Kyler, as you stare down, I think CJ as well. Just checking dark vision wise. I think the only person who can is Ferox. Sorry. Is
I will cast light so you can see.
Okay. I think that's the same as far as the torch, right?
Yep.
2040.
And I do have a module for that, so you should be able to turn it on as well. So you should be giving light out. Okay, so fantastic. It's working. You see a stone staircase. This staircase seems to ascend up into a completely flat ceiling that's tiled. It almost resembles that of the floor right now that you're currently in, except it's a little more space as far as the tiling. Complete darkness. Again, 8 feet as far as the ascent. There is, as soon as you make your way into the corridor, you see on the left side, about 10 to 15 feet, is a metal reinforced stone door that appears to be hingeless. It does not seem
Oh
to
my
have
God.
an actual handle at all.
Sweet.
Skylar, as you open this door, it's not locked. You just kind of push in. and it seems to now have a hinge on the other side, right, and then moves off to the left, just coming around the actual side of that. Kyler, as you make your way into this room, you see it goes about 20 feet into a much larger chamber. The ceiling height of this room is similar, 8 feet. Appears to meet that of what you imagine to be the main floor. And these pillars support the structure on the left and right with these actual green crystals that are kind of glowing within these brass lantern or lamps that are, again, on either side of the pillar. And then at the center along the eastern wall is a stone altar, which is about 5.5 feet tall. Perfect for the Duke, in that there are 2 kind of skulls that have been cleaned out. Candles have been placed in them, providing some light. These candles are actually very, very brought down, so they're almost melting over the skulls at this point for how long that they've been lit. There is a tome of sorts that sits in the center that's slightly bloody. This tome actually appears to be missing all of the pages. It is just the cover or the spine of it, and all these pages are completely ripped out of it. And there is a small chest that has been kind of moved here. Does not appear to have a place in this room. And you see scuff marks on the rug and the tile and the chest as well. And the chest is open right now, and there's nothing inside of it.
DM, 2 quick questions. Does everybody in this party have armor on that I see?
Just me.
Does anybody not have any type of armor?
That would be me.
And that is Aka?
Yep.
Friend, if you can, I can help you out a little bit, make you a little bit more sturdy in case we come in. I don't know what we're going to face here, but it could be dangerous.
I won't complain, whatever you do.
That stairs goes up, right? The one back there?
Yeah.
The one in the hallway?
It doesn't descend, that ascends.
Yeah.
I will cast Mage Armor on Aka, making their dex or their armor class 13 plus their dex modifier.
Okay.
That
13.
lasts for 8 hours. So 13 plus your dex, whatever your dex modifier is.
0.
Right, so your armor class is 13.
Is there any writing on the tome, or is it just blood?
The actual writing on the tome. So as you kind of look on the cover of it, this almost sinew and skin that's been kind of stretched, right, and turned into leather, bounding of this. It does appear to have kind of new, fresh writing that's been etched into it. This didn't really have any sort of writing. Potentially was when it was actually created, and it's almost like cut into it. And it simply states the Third Reckoning. It's not common.
That doesn't sound promising. And it looks like, were the pages neatly taken out, or were they all like torn quickly?
They appear to be torn quickly. This book wasn't very large, so as far as missing pages, maybe 30 or 40 pages.
Okay, I'm gonna take the tome with me in case we ever find the pages, just to make sure.
Okay.
I will cast Aid on myself, CJ, and Thrax, which it raises your maximum HP by 5 for the next 8 hours, and you also get an additional 5 hit points. So in Foundry, if you don't know, there's a plus max underneath your current hit points that you can add a 5 into that, and then your current goes up by 5 as well.
Out of character, is there are you expecting a conflict here soon? Is there
Yeah,
anything
be
from this
prepared.
room that seems sketchy? Just
Go in a room with glowing green rocks. Feels a little weird.
Yeah.
Speaking
also,
of the
also behind a secret door, right? You know, like there's potential danger here.
Yeah, I'm all for it. Just making sure I'm keyed into.
I'm
I don't see any obvious threats, but I feel like a desecrated presence. We're in a secret door. You're getting a little deeper. Saw a dead body in a
Well,
barrel. Like maybe something might kill us. You know, so why not be prepared? If not, I wasted a spell slot on nothing. And that's all right.
Yeah, if that stairway was going down, might be a dungeon. I'm not quite sure where we go from here.
While I'm in here, can I ritual cast detect magic? Like while we're looking around the room?
Yeah, so taking 10 minutes to detect magic, you're definitely noticing that these green crystals and lanterns have some sort of magic about them to create light. There is some magic that had been at the altar at some point in time. Is not anymore, and you're not able to discern what type of magic that is. And as far as the lighting of the crystals, I want to say that's conjuration. Maybe I'm not sure what's like magic school would be light for crystals.
Okay, so it doesn't seem like innately bad or anything. It's just giving light and that's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
At least.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be anything else
Just
around here.
just looking at the room in general and taking in everything, the altar, the candles, could try and just get a bit of a guess as to the purpose of this room.
Yeah, you can roll insight. $25. So you are looking about this room, and you're trying to get a vibe of it, right? Why would this be placed here? And what is the actual purpose of this? It feels like a place of worship. And then, given that the chest is open, the pages have been ripped out, someone had to have left in a hurry.
The more I look into it, the more it looks to be a cult situation with the tome of the Great Fiend, and then a empty tome titled The Third Reckoning.
What's going through CJ's head is, is this belong to the Duke or the woman? Is there any connection that anyone can see? And I ask this openly. Do people think this is the Duke or the woman? Or both? Were they together?
And we heard that they arrived together at the same time.
Was I able to tell in the tome if the handwriting belonged to the woman or not?
That is difficult to tell as far as what her handwriting would be. You do know what the Duke's looks like, given that you've looked through the documents.
Yeah, does it not look like the Duke's?
So the writing in this one that you found here?
Yes.
Yeah, so this one does look like the Duke's handwriting.
Okay. So this is the Duke's book. This is his handwriting, and I show off the spine for anyone that didn't see it.
All right, what do you think the Duke was playing at, trying to get us out of here, working with those dwarves in the mine? Is there something else there?
Oh, certainly.
I don't think him shacking up with a warlock is a coincidence somehow.
Very likely not. I'm sure we'll find out rather soon.
Where should we go? Follow the map would be our natural next step.
Where did those other stairs go to? Do we find that out already or not?
Yeah, so
I'm working on it,
We're
baby.
going to come to Kyler. So, Kyler, you begin to ascend the staircase again. It's a very steep staircase, right? Because you are going 8 feet rather quickly up. Again, it's flush. It's completely flush. But when you get to that point, you just kind of thumb upon the ceiling, and it feels like it's a loose stone tile. A couple of them are very loose, and you just kind of...
Going to be a connection to the thing that I
you begin to kind of pull them up and just slightly move them. And then as you come out of the staircase, you are in the equivalent of what is the garage, which is the south west kind of annexed area.
You got a Lamborghini in it?
It actually currently has a horse in it.
It's the equivalent of a Lamborghini, right?
This is just a brown quarter horse, well groomed. The mane is tied. Appears to be eating some food within a trough. There's a water trough nearby. And some different sort of saddle work along the actual things for riding, as well as hitching to the wagon. The horse just slowly turns around and looks at you.
Its name is Lamborghini.
I think that's what we're naming this horse now.
So you're saying that the Duke is pretty much Ty Lopez. Are there a lot of books in his garage?
There were a lot of books in his chamber.
I was waiting for someone to get that
In his
reference. Like, here in my
That's good.
garage
Bravo.
with my
Bravo.
Lamborghini. Well, I'm taking this
Knowledge.
horse now. Oh, wait, is it
He
saddle
just
up?
Knowledge.
Knowledge.
I mean, take the horse, take the wagon, right?
Is it knowledgeable? I mean, no. Does it have a saddle?
Yeah, there is a saddle
Sweet,
on the
taking it.
actual. It's kind of like built into a shelf in the actual
Cool.
wall there. The actual saddle, like actually make up this horse to be able to be rode without a wagon.
Sweet. Awesome. What the
Excellent.
hell did you just do to me?
Accident, sorry.
At this
trying to
point, the
unlock
guard,
me.
right, slowly coming in after you, listening into your conversation. At this point, I think it's best if you found the Duke immediately.
Yeah, we're working.
With that body there might be others. It's literally it. Obviously stunned. Like, this is like, I mean, you just imagine, trauma-induced PTSD. This is happening right now.
Bro, years of just chilling, and all of a sudden, there's missing Duke, dead servant, body in a cask. Yeah, it's probably a little weird.
That's super weird. So I'm gonna go ahead and are you all ascending that stone staircase?
Yeah.
I'm taking my new Lamborghini out.
You're taking your new Lamborghini out. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and move your tokens there. Just put you into there, and then I'll just kind of switch it over. And then I'm not entirely sure, Sage, if you're gonna be disconnected, maybe. Disconnecting. Yeah, so you come into the room, double wooden doors on either side, and then a single door, and then a double wooden door on the actual eastern wall. And you get the sense. I'm gonna go ahead and actually I should grab a horse. Why not? Put a horse in there.
I'm gonna name it Aventador.
I'm gonna have to call it Aventador.
Kane, is your wagon single horse or double horse?
I don't know, DM.
20.
Your horse?
The wagon.
Oh, the wagon. No, so Kane, your wagon is for one horse only.
Alright.
It's very small. It's not something that is like the wagon that's outside. The wagon outside is quite large. The one horse that is in here, you're not sure if this horse. There is hitching equipment to put it to the wagon, but this horse resembles that more of like a show horse. Very well fed, very groomed, could be quite fast as far as speed. Not something that would like a draft horse to kind of pull a wagon.
A horse is a horse, of course.
Hello.
What's up?
That was really weird. Like my microphone cut out.
Oh man, you also disappeared for a little bit.
No, I refreshed. That's why.
Oh, okay.
It works now. I don't know what happened, but we're good.
It could be something to do with, I know Sage is hopping back in, hopping out, so could be doing something like with them trying to connect multiple times.
Well, oh, sweet.
CJ reinvestigates, if that's a thing, the impressions that were here. Does it look like someone exited from the garage as they were leaving?
Yeah, I think that information-wise, there's not much more information that you can get from the other roll that you had. Again, light snow, trail goes south. Was similar information.
We go south.
I feel like someone came in, murdered her, took him, tore out the pages, came up those stairs, and went from the garage south out of here.
You saying that out of character or in character?
And character.
Okay.
You can tell from the voice.
So we're ruling out the Duke as the one who did
Nope.
this.
No,
Possible.
It seems so sure there.
Possibly
I-
someone found him out and he killed the one who found out and then ran off with the evidence.
I was
Seems
just
like
thinking he wouldn't
either the
tear his
Duke-
own book.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Good.
No, please go ahead.
I just don't think he'd tear his own book.
Right. So it's either Duke or Elise, both of them, or somebody he's framing either one of them, right? So those are like our options. We don't really have enough information to make a conclusion until we actually go and discover this new location,
Yeah.
right? So I
Wouldn't
think
change any next step, I don't think. Yeah.
Yeah, I just know he has something I want. So I saddle up on Aventador and we ride.
Okay. We all in agreement then heading south to follow the map. Okay.
Yep.
I guess on the wagon.
Yeah. And while we're going, I'm sending Linus up into the sky to watch.
I forgot about Linus Tech Tips.
So so in the map and given the terrain, Kane, as well as you all probably staring this out, this is not the terrain to take a wagon. Like a wagon.
I will point that out. That
Yeah.
I'm happy to take it, but I don't think it'll make it. So perhaps on foot is the way to go.
Well, I'm not super getting that. I'm not super set on going. I think Kyler pretty intentionally took that horse.
Yeah,
The rest of
it's
us
a
are
free horse.
walking currently. The wagon's not going. Maybe we could line up some horses. Maybe the guards could lend us some horses to go.
That would be nice. I signaled to the fact that I don't have shoes.
He's just weird that way.
They don't make
Uh,
they don't make shoes for Leonin around here.
So before we get into getting horses potentially from the guards or going to the stable, see if there's anything in there you're able to buy, maybe. We will go ahead and take a break because we have been at 2 hours, and it seems like a good time to stop. Decision-wise, heading south, getting horses, figuring out what to do next. So we will go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll come back right around 9:20 p.m. PST. 10-minute break, and I will go ahead and pause the stream. And yeah, if anybody's watching, thank you for joining us, and we'll be back.
Yeah.
But I'm a babe. 86.
All right, so we are back and we are live on the stream. So we're coming back into it again. Decision-making process of where we're going. I know Kyler, you said you crapped the horse of the Dukes, named this horse and
Aventador, yeah.
Aventador, and took off with it.
Well, just getting ready to take off.
Getting it ready to take off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Us plebs will figure it out. Real briefly, friends, suggest we go plow, get our money. We have rubies to sell, and I need 20 more arrows. And we need to talk to the guards about getting some horses. All those thumbs up.
Sure.
Is there a place to leave my cart at the manor here?
Yeah. So you could
In that garage place unit, can I back my cart into it?
Yeah, no, your cart is small enough to fit in there, so you should be able to actually put your cart, and you can also unhitch your horse.
Which I will do.
There is another saddle in here. There's multiple saddles, so you're able to actually, if you don't, I'd imagine you have one for your horse as well, given. So that's totally
Sure.
fine.
Yeah. I will hitch that
When
horse.
we talk to the guards, let's see. Is the only viable mode of transport individual horses that we ride?
You're
Any
talking about-
snowmobiles?
When we talk to the guards.
Are you? Well, there's a guard right next to you, so she
Is
can
that
go up.
the lead guard?
Yeah, that's her. She's, I mean, obviously starstruck right now. She's go up here. You all talk about horse.
We would like to follow the map and try to go find the Duke.
Oh, that would be.
Cover him for this important town.
that
But we
would-
need transportation. Is there any way you can help us out with some horses? I don't know how we're going to possibly follow this map without horses.
I mean, I suppose on foot again, day and a half to 2 days, you might be able to cut it to a single day of travel with horses. I suppose you can make your way to the stables and have your pick. We don't have many. Most of the actual caravans and the wagons are pulled with mountain goats. The
Horses is
the
probably gonna
horses
help.
that we do have are for some of the guards that go out and patrol.
It's important that we go fast. Maybe the Duke is still alive, so we will fly.
All right. Well, you all have been a great help, and I don't see any need to, unless you would like to buy the horses later on, you can definitely borrow them.
Okay. We'll be back.
All right. Well, I will make some necessary preparations here at the manor. Just make your way to the stables there, and if anybody asks as far as you all, just say you are investigating the Duke. You have a map. You're headed south, and you are in need of horses. And let them know that Rain here has sent you. As far as the name.
Excellent. Thank you.
Shouldn't be anybody that bothers you though.
Is the stables near?
The stables is on the road out to the rock mining company, so just over there to
Ah,
the
perfect.
east. All right.
I'd like to swing through the market and just pick up a few arrows.
Okay. We'll go ahead and activate the actual town map so we can get off the manor here. I'm going to go ahead and just shift click, make sure the stream view is moved, and then, yeah, so stable wise, make your way there. You probably pop into the market. CJ, we don't have to role play as far as arrows go. 20 arrows. I think the going rate up here would probably just be a little bit more, probably like I'm gonna say, I'm not sure arrows in 5 beats.
1 gold for 20 pieces.
Are there 1 gold for 20? I'd probably say up here just because arrows, I mean, hunters and trappers come up here for not necessarily to buy arrows. They usually have their own or fletch their own. So I'd probably say about 2 gold pieces.
All right.
20.
Thank you.
Yep.
For the rubies, I was thinking talk to the gnome rather than try to sell it here.
Oh, like go up to the actual Harak Mining Company, talk to Palu.
Doesn't he owe us some money?
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Okay. Do you all want to pick up horses at the stable after,
Yep.
or
Oh, yeah. We'll ride horses out there. Let's do that.
ride horses up there? Okay. Make your way to the stable. The stable is somewhat of an open structure. It definitely does not have a lot of insulation for these horses. Stone in the exterior, not well cobbled or bricked, supported by wooden pillars, and has a large straw thatched roof. There are little spaces as far as little chimneys that come with straw thatched roof for like open braziers or like fire pits to be made to keep the horses warm at night. And there's a large stockpile of wood that kind of wraps around it on the southern and eastern walls on the outside. Counting wise, there is actually just enough horses for you three. There are no horses currently else in the stables. These horses are fed. They are not just regular riding horses. Doesn't appear to be anything too spectacular. And then the actual saddle work for the horses are upon the wooden pillars supporting them, and then they kind of have little areas or pens that they're kind of kept in. So we don't hear you, CJ.
Sorry. Does the tundra have any open vegetation? Can they graze on the way, or do we need to? Prepare.
No. Yeah, so there's no actual open vegetation on the tundra. Now, summer-wise, there could be some stuff that has grown, but snow moved in, covered it. You're probably able to shovel snow out as you go. Again, we'll get too in-depth with that. I usually... I don't try to go too far and be like, you gotta survive.
Just grab some oats, whatever they're
I'm
currently
sure,
eating.
yeah, so there's
can
supply
saddle
there.
back.
Supply there for the horses. You're able to gather enough food for the horses for the day or 2 days, right? So day there and then day back. Most of it. So,
Stuff it in the bag of illusion.
Okay. You head up the road to the north as you head to the Hirak Mining Company. Again, description-wise, structure is slightly smaller than the Frosteel Tavern, elevated off of a stone foundation, stone walls, staircase that goes up about 3 feet to the actual double wooden door, no windows on the structure, and then there is the same half-orc that is just leaning against the wall to the right of the staircase, sees you all move up on horses, immediately makes the comment, "Oh, horses now, huh? Wow, moving up in the world. Sure you don't want to work in the mine? Make some good coin."
Making pretty good corn anyway. This
I don't think that'd be a move up.
Why not? Come on. You all look like you're worthy of a pickaxe or two. Make yourself some coin. I bet you're here for payload. You hit your horses over there. Kind of points to the other side of the staircase, and it does actually have like a slight kind of wooden post framework put out just to kind of tie your horses off. And as well on the other side, around the cart pull out, there is many different objects and wagons you probably can actually tie up your horses. Make your way inside, yeah? Okay. You knock, or do you just go in?
Sure, I'm still polite.
Oh.
Yeah.
I have yet to knock. I just walk in.
So CJ.
Literally every time I've come here, I've always just walked in.
We did the same thing last time.
Yeah,
I
we're
knocked
gonna
and you walked in,
repeat
it's
it
fine.
again. CJ knocks. You hear a voice coming inside. Keller just walks in. So I won't try to do another description. So this is Theater of Mind. So when we get to David, we get to some of these maps. I do Theater of Mind if they don't have like anything too particular about them, right? So this structure itself, stone tiling. There is a actual hearth that sits in the center. It's like slightly oval, and there are these like black rocks that are kind of like on fire in the center of this actual brazier, and they're emitting the actual light about the room. They're very interesting to note that these rocks are, and then there is a large desk that sits on the eastern side of the structure, a wardrobe behind, bookshelves kind of scattered about, and then most of these objects appear to be at one point taller, and then they are like cut, right? So haphazardly you see like chops and different things in the actual desk to like lower it and try to slam it down. The shelves have been like lowered down, like shelves have been removed, and then certain things have been pushed down. Because there is a gnome that feet up on the desk right now that stands 3 foot 4 inches in a chair, with the feet up on the actual desk. And this gnome is wearing. I should give a description of what the gnome's wearing. Why not? We'll give another description of Pale Riza. Pale white skin, blue green eyes, long raven black hair with fierce features. Thick black fur robe over a white cloth tunic and blue sash. Black leather and fur trousers. Make their way to black fur boots. There's a couple of jeweled gold and silver rings upon the fingers, as well as kind of a golden chain necklace around the neck. And right now, something you all didn't get to see this, but Pelu is now wearing a hat, kind of a chapeau hat. It kind of comes around and it has kind of a feather that's like sticking out the side. Given that it is now kind of lunchtime, for Pelu, does appear to have a small kind of plate. There is a kitchenette on the southern wall. Appears to have a small plate of some dried meat, as well as some vegetables that were just kind of cut up. And then he's right now currently sipping on a clay mug of something. Sees you walk in. Again, CJ, you knocked. Then Kyler walked in. Oh, it's all of you. Oh, my goodness. Well, you've made it back, have you?
We have.
You've brought a new one. Ah. Did you find him in the mine?
No.
Unfortunately, not. He's no.
One of them?
No, he's not.
Oh. Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. It's just.
What a who?
It's,
The mines should be safe. We made it deep inside. We fought more dwarves. Sorry. Jane, we'll talk. And they promised, never to come back out. Is that right? That's what I remember.
I see.
So your mines are safe and will likely never be invaded again.
Okay, so you've removed these gray dwarves.
No, they're just
Yes.
going back home.
They're
Well,
going
we removed them from the mine at least.
from the mine. They won't
They
come
said
back.
they would not. They said they
They
would
won't
not
come
tunnel
back.
further.
Is there anything to document this?
There
On-
will be eventually, but
Oh, I see.
more of a blood contract.
Oh my.
Well, before we answer that question, do you know anything about the Duke's situation?
I
We
mean,
talked
some,
to the
yeah,
we talked to the dwarves about the Duke.
well, some of the
Little bit.
miners, they've been, refused service at the Frosty Old Tavern. Obviously, the guards have pushed in. That's the word on the street says, anyways. I'm not entirely sure exactly what has happened. Some of the miners have made their way here to work another shift. Staying up, couldn't get the ale to go back to sleep. And they said
But-
that there was questions being asked.
Just to give you a little bit of confidence, the residents of the mine felt betrayed by the Duke. They had some agreement. We don't know the details. And the Duke has broken it. We don't know if there's any relationship to the current Duke's situation. But they said they would never, come back. And
Well, did this one say why they wanted to get into the mine?
some agreement with the Duke.
Oh my goodness, I knew that Duke was rotten
Yeah,
since he came here.
we felt it too.
I've been running the rock mining company efficiently for a long time. When that Duke came to town, I knew something was no good. Well,
Okay, do you have our money or not?
I mean, I have the coin. Is that? I'm eating lunch. Thought you might want to hang out for a little bit.
We're trying to. We're on a mission. We're a little bit time sensitive. Do you?
Oh, on a mission, time sensitive. Excuse me. Sorry, I didn't know. Of course, you are in need of coin.
Shit.
How much was it we said? There was the two prisoners made out 200 there, 100 ahead, I think.
Let me check my
No.
notes.
I can't
I
really
believe it was 450.
I think it was
450 initially, 900 if we cleared it.
Are you sure? I could have sworn it was 300. 600 total, half then.
Oh, don't make me get the axe out, man. Come on, let's make this easy.
And
come
just
Come on.
you know,
Come
Dude,
on.
Do you
honor
take
your
notes?
deal.
Do you ever write these down?
I have a steel trap up here. Yes, and of course I take notes. Look at my desk. Papers scattered about.
You know it wasn't 200.
Fine, of course it wasn't. 450, 900 total, half then, half now. Snaps the finger, as does, moves to the wardrobe with these kind of interesting kind of symbols ingrained in the wood, opens the wardrobe, pulls off a leather sack within. That's the only thing in this wardrobe, tosses it over to you. Large lump lands.
Does that include from the people we rescued?
Of course it does. So that would be 650 gold pieces in there.
Thank you. We were glad to help.
I appreciate your service. And you're on a mission. So what about are you going to help with the other thing? Is Prospect is missing? They have not yet returned. It's been days.
Are we headed that direction?
They have families.
We are not. We are heading in the opposite direction. That was out of character, by the way.
Go ahead.
Well, will you return after this other quest, this other mission? Will you return?
DM, how many days has it been since we were told the next caravan would leave?
So that was a week and a half.
Week and a half,
as
and
far
then
as
3
next
weeks.
Caravan. So right now, and 3 weeks. Right, and as far as time wise, it's been a total of 3 days.
3
After
days.
that.
Oh,
Do you deal in-
maybe.
Rubies.
It's hard to tell.
Rubies. You found rubies. Well, the only
Yes.
dealings I have of rubies are if we find them ourselves. But I mean, I've never been one to buy them. I've found
Okay.
them in the mines, and of course we.
Where
have
do you
traders
sell
we
them?
deal with. Purveyors in the market. Some of them. I mean, most of them are cleared out now. Running out of gold to purchase these gems, and they fetch a fair price in other parts of the continent. Of course. I mean.
Appreciate the point.
Well, I mean, my advice, if you do have some, I would hang on to them and sell them later. Maybe Othema, you make your way there.
God, I feel like that's metagaming.
Are we
Being
ready to go,
loud.
friends?
Thank you for
Step
being
outside. Split this up.
mostly honest, and I'll walk out with
I'm
everyone else.
honest all the time. What are you talking about? Thank you for your company, even though it was short. And I hope to see you back soon.
Does he hope to see them back soon?
He does.
Nice hat, by the
He's
way.
very genuine about it.
Deception check.
I like that little man.
Thanks for the compliments. All right, you step outside. Obviously,
Divvy it up.
get on the horses and go. Is that what we're doing?
I think so.
Okay.
Let's split up 130 gold pieces. Everyone good?
Is that what I'm adding? Cool.
Are you giving me go for
Yeah,
it? I'd do it. Oh, sure. Thank you.
You have been very helpful, Kane, and much appreciated. We feel you're one of the families. Do you have an amulet or a gem? Just curious. We found that we share some gems.
Yeah, so Kane, we hadn't talked about this. I was actually going to approach this with the party to see as far as how we wanted to address Mason leaving, and of course the stone there. I mean, could have left it with you all upon leaving through the pass, or we can say, Kane, that you've had this thing. But I was going to leave it up to you.
What is it you're talking about?
Yeah, so I was going to leave this up to you all as a party to decide if you all wanted Mason to provide that to you, or we can have it wrote in that Kane has this upon arrival.
I would kind of lean towards consistency of the story, and
Okay.
he'd be happy to have the. Well, by meaning, I'm fine with Kane to have it.
Retcon it.
We're still sorting out the initial party. No. But
You guys can always have held on to it and give it to me at an appropriate point. I don't know what this is, so
Okay.
So remember how you heard how I scared off a dragon?
yeah, sure. totally don't believe you, but
Okay, so
I
we'll,
scared it off with
we'll
something
write. It's very
special.
simple. It's not a complicated as far as we'll say, Kane, you had this on you. Again, you don't have to reveal this. This is a, and I can go ahead and also drag it into your inventory. But this is going to be a gemstone that is red in color. It's going to be about an inch in size, slightly opaque and crude in design. It can be in a ring and an amulet. Maybe a family heirloom. You feel a connection to this. You know, it has something to do, you know, with good luck, fortune. It can be maybe a symbol to you that of something in the past that has happened, and you've hung on to it for whatever reasons. You've hung on to it, as it's called.
it would have been in the sack of that I used as my holy symbol.
Okay.
So inside of that sack.
So that for you, Kane, the question. So EJ, you asked Kane that in character, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You do have a gem. Well, interesting.
Something like that. And I just tapped what looks like a sack tied to a string on my neck.
How big
I'll
is your
show,
sack?
Show Kane my amulet and say it's
Mine's in the
had this
collar
my
of
whole
my
life,
shirt.
but I just don't know what it's about.
Well, maybe we'll find out together.
Tally ho! Good to go.
Yeah, let's go.
Good as I'll ever be. I will
Good.
pet my horse and then go.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
Feet touching the ground.
Okay, so we're headed off. All right. So are we gonna follow the map, and then do you want to veer off? Because this particular map, you know, it doesn't have actually like a trail or a path, right? It's just denoting the region as it moves
Yeah.
along.
Follow our map to the best of our ability.
So I didn't
Yeah.
know. Yeah, I didn't know, Kane, if you wanted to bring them to the actual like wagons on the road.
Is that en route?
It's slightly off. You know, you give a take, it would take 20 more minutes. You know, 3
Yeah,
minutes.
so 20 minutes. Veer that way, see if there's anything of value or interest, and then if not, we'd push past to the structure. If the party agrees, yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and activate a new map, and then I'll drag your tokens after I activate, so that gives you time to load into it. And then how do you all want to do horses? I've done it a couple ways where I can actually give individual permissions to a horse that you actually can like kind of deploy. So you can actually have them on the map. Or for the sake of it, if you want to just say you're on a horse, we can roleplay it that way without having like tokens of horses.
I think it's a lot smoother to not have it unless it becomes like critical in combat. But whatever is the smoothest is.
I'm cool with imagination.
Ladder.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll go ahead and do our imaginations. As you arrive here again, this is 20 minutes. It's following the map as you make your way, and this map in particular showcases the bluff of the bay, and then the mountains of the southern Frosthorn, and then there's the actual space to the south of the town. Now, this road itself is going to curve around slightly and then go up to the Frosthorn Pass. So you've almost kind of followed the road down towards the pass a little bit of a way, and then you're actually going to keep going following the mountainside, the southern mountains on the left as you go south. Okay. I can also put it on the world map if that's a little confusing to anybody, so just let me know. And then the actual area here that you're arriving at is down the road. This is the 3 wagons that you observed, Kane. And you do notice that there is similar things that you have seen. I'm going to go ahead and unpause it to allow you to move around in case you want to investigate them further. And then while I'm doing that, I will go ahead and just give a description to everyone else as far as what it is. So 3 wagons. One of them has iron ore in the 3rd cart. The second one is covered. The contents of the 2 carts is empty. There doesn't appear to be people. No horses or mountain goats or whatever was hitched to this are removed. The actual work to do that has been removed as well. So all of the equipment that would be hitching goats or horses is gone. This road itself is dirt and rocky, and the light snow has kind of come over it. And you all are kind of compacting that, signifying that not anything has made its way down the actual road this morning. So, besides obviously these wagons, oddly, a large alpine evergreen tree appears to be uprooted and has fell 30 feet from the top of the cliff to the northeast of the 3 wagons. Rocks and alpine bushes scatter about. To the north, the cliffs become large and treacherous as they lead into the mountains north of the Frostworm Pass. So, again, rounding up just a little bit to the Frostworm Pass, the road kind of goes east and then slightly north to the pass. And the actual elevation gain of the pass is decent. It's not something to kind of scoff at. It is about a 3,200 feet that you'll be kind of going up and then down.
CJ's looking at the steps. Are those fresh?
These steps do appear to be fresh. Kane, these actual boot prints were not there before. The ones that are spiraling about. Some of the other ones that are going south, and some of the ones that are kind of going north. You can kind of see on the actual cliffside some of that stuff has been deterred. Those do appear to be slightly older and slightly newer. It's a mixture of both.
Based on how they're like spiraling, does that mean somebody's looking for something?
It does appear that they either looking for something or the size of the boot prints are different. Imagine it to be a conflict.
I will point that out. These weren't here before. I don't know if anybody's good at understanding this, but
Michael Stream.
I got you.
I'll take a look around, like make my way around everything, trying not to disturb any of the footprints, like making my way around the edge.
Okay.
CJ gets a little elevation to kind of look south, make sure there's nobody close, at least. Keeps a watch that direction.
Roll perception. 13. So as you kind of scan about looking south, it's mainly like flat. So there's not a lot of elevation to the south as much as there's north. You aren't able to see any sort of movement as the snow is slightly increasing. Vision's becoming obscured. There's be movement or anything, and as you kind of look north, it's very similar to that as well.
Is there actually a body here?
That is correct. So Kane, that wasn't there before.
Is it a skeleton or is it like a recent corpse?
So this is a actual like corpse, and this body appears to be wearing some sort of leather armor with trousers on, but the complete body has been like almost like singed. So you kind of get the idea that this person has been hit by something that has burned their flesh. And the blood appears to be somewhat fresh, as well as that, the actual wagon.
Like fresh in the last like hour?
Yeah, so you, for your arrival, given that as far as time, that was about 9 a.m., you imagine that this happened about 30 to 40 minutes after you had left.
Again, I'll share that with the group, and I'd keep an eye out. There might be something lurking.
I
Okay.
assume they follow the prints.
How big are these footprints?
The footprints appear to be either a combination of both small and medium humanoids, and they are not very thick at all. They imagine they're just leather boots stomping into the ground.
Were the ones that are like marked out in formation, were those here this morning?
Yeah, so it's a mixture of both. So you see boot prints that are both coming and leaving, both old and new.
This tree is blocking the path.
Yeah, that tree was there before Kane. So that tree, you had to navigate around that, and that appears to be uprooted from above in this 30-foot cliff.
Kane, you came from the east, is that right?
Yeah, so the opposite direction of where these wagons are. Is that east?
Just like
I came from the pass, and I intersected this from the pass.
Oh no, kind of suspicious, isn't it? I'm gonna try
yeah.
climb it.
I'm kind of weirded out.
Very. Did somebody have a familiar up earlier?
I did.
Perhaps you could get a bird's eye view. See if there's.
I did say before we left that Linus was going to be above us looking around to see if he saw anything.
Okay, master.
Oh my God.
Checking to see if I see anything. All right.
Flies up. Do I have... I want to say I should probably just give you at this point ownership over it. We can change it
yeah.
to... We can do that real quick. All right, so... And then... For now, we will have it be Owl, and then we'll just say it's Linus. We'll change the name later. So you should be able to move it now. And roll off of it as well.
Yeah.
For the sake of it, I will go ahead and just roll a perception. Okay. So as the owl, Linus, is your familiars flying above head, telepathically, doesn't say there's anything that they're observing.
They can't be too close. Do you all want to follow where these prints went? Are they headed in the direction of where we're going by coincidence?
So the prints heading south detail that if you went to the structure, that is the day of ride. So you imagine right now you'd arrive there kind of towards 7-8 p.m. That seems in like the same direction.
Okay.
Getting that vibe. At this point, I want everyone to go ahead and roll perceptions. Okay. Let me have a nat 20. Aika, nat 20 on perception check. So revealing themselves, obviously the DC of this. So Kyler and Aika, given that you're having a conversation amongst yourselves, here's that there's two figures that kind of reveal themselves on top of the actual cliff, which are actually resemble the clan Stonefish. These are the gray dwarves wearing very similar
cool.
as far as armor and different things. And again, they just kind of pull themselves, you imagine just walking out from some of the roots of the tree and like coming out towards all of you just standing there and looking out. They don't seem to say any words. They're kind of like looking to each other, talking almost amongst themselves, and then they kind of turn around, and then one yells out in Dwarvish. What are you all doing?
Looking for the Duke. I respond back in Dwarvish.
That filthy.
I look over impressed that he can speak Dwarvish.
I'm literally the only one.
Well, no longer. No
I know, it feels
longer.
nice.
You're looking for the Duke.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. A fight happened here. We lost many. Took them back into the pass. Up into the mountains. The Duke is very powerful.
What were you fighting?
We were fighting his followers. They wielded great magic.
Mm.
Hmm.
Why were you fighting them?
After we took the caravans with the supplies, we were going to come back here and move the wagons, hide them. Didn't have a full crew, given what was happening with the camp and the stronghold.
Yeah.
I'm staring at all of you.
That's fair.
Came back. Some of those followers were here. We know there was betrayal. We argued for a few. And Clan Stonefist doesn't take well to betrayal.
Mm-hmm. Which way did they go?
They headed south. We headed north.
Cool. Just gonna.
All right, bye.
Yeah.
All right. See you later. They wave at you slowly. Bye. All right, she heads south, riding. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Activating new maps. Hopefully you all are brought in. Then I will go ahead and place tokens down. Just a second. All right. So you ride. So at this point, you have rode for a total of about 5 or so hours.
Damn.
So you're getting to this point where, and by the way, I'll probably try to establish darkness as best I can. Had a module that did that. That's part of the whole calendar thing that is broken. So I'll have to do it like map by map basis now. So you come into this again.
Check out Perfect Vision.
Perfect Vision. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
it's
for
good
the
meta.
tip. Yeah, I was really upset. The calendar was able to do it, and I was like, "Oh man, I don't want to have to like manually do it every time." You come to this this area. You kind of hear the sounds almost in the distance, about 100 feet. You know, the sounds of moving water, right? And immediately takes you that you stare off into that direction of the moving water as it's beginning to move from east to west. And you see that there appears to be like a snow-covered stone bridge that covers a partially frozen river. So it's kind of cresting down on the other side, and the river continues obviously to the west, and then it dispenses down into the bay, far off. You know, imagine that would have to be miles, right? But you know it's kind of going off the actual bluff in that distance. The snow itself has now kind of stopped. It's actual clear weather. And then past the stone bridge is a single, I believe, single wooden wagon. And then there's alpine bushes that kind of scatter about underneath a 20-foot cliff and a nearby small passage through the cliff sides that go east. Now the map does not actually like showcase a lot of geographical features or anything like that. But given the direction of where the structure is, it definitely feels like that is where you need to go. So I will give you that information. And then, awesome.
Does the bridge look like safe to cross? Is that covered with ice or just, you said snow? I didn't.
Yeah, it's just snow partially. It is over the river itself is partially frozen. It's moving water, which is difficult to freeze entirely. So the actual bridge though crosses that completely, and you almost get the denoting of how the snow has been compacted, that it's big enough for a wagon, right? So that's signifying by the actual snow drift that's put onto the map, and it's showing that you are kind of in almost an impacted or packed down area that's formed, right? And then on the other sides, the snow is slightly taller because that's been packed down.
Still on horse, CJ approaches,
Okay.
not having any reason to suspect there might be something lurking.
Okay.
Are there still footsteps that came this way? Did they?
Yeah, so the footsteps themselves, they appear to have come this way. Again, tracking them, completely obvious survival check to track them. But the actual prints themselves almost return without a survival check. You don't need it because you're going almost in the similar direction. They return at this point, right? So they didn't exactly follow the same path that you took, but it definitely seems like they have crossed the bridge. Are you temporary HP? Is that what you asked, CJ?
Yeah, a little while ago.
It's only been. I cast it at the manor, so it's probably that was an hour until we left the horses. So probably 2 hours left if we've traveled for 5 hours. 2 hours left right now, if that's right, DM.
Okay.
It was like 2.5 hours before we left the town.
I will put some darkness on too. Try to make it not so crazy.
Shall we across?
Perhaps one at a time, just because the snow. But
Yes, probably a wise idea.
I'll go first. Don't worry about it.
Sure.
All right, Kane, what's your passive perception?
17.
All right, 17. So it's good enough to see that there appears to be some sort of figure, humanoid in nature, that has just peeked itself above the actual cart and is now staring at you. Begins to raise a hand out towards you and begins to channel some sort of magic out towards you. I will allow you at this point. The bridge itself has an actual railing, but you are on horseback. So at this point, I will allow you, because you definitely caught this person thought they were stealthed and using this magic towards you. So you actually can go ahead and take a movement at this point to do something.
Yes, I'd like to use the horse's full movement to dash all the way to the other side of them, and at the same time say, "We got a lurker."
Okay. So I'll let you move your token there, and then I will have everyone roll initiatives.
How far you want to move? I'm on the horse.
Dash, you can move. I think a horse moves 60 feet, right? So if you're dashing, that'd be like 120.
So I just want to get at least to this side to be able to see.
Yeah.
See if there's anybody else.
Yeah. So you're almost like kind of galloping up, right? And then you spot, and then magic's coming, and then you're almost like full running with the actual horse, which catches this person off guard, is now turning, and has yet to release it. So that's when we're going to go ahead and start rolling initiatives. Looks like we should all be rolled in here. So I'm going to begin combat. And Kyler, you are up for round 1. I can't hear you. Did you say something? You're good? Is that the end of your turn? Okay. Your horse can move 60 feet, so you can dash. Oh, he's refreshing. Okay. Let's just see if you wanted to dash with the horse. Oh, wait. For just a second.
What?
You can dash with the horse, too. So your horse moves 60, and you can dash if you want.
I totally forgot I was on a horse.
Yeah. I thought it was funny.
Yeah. All right, then.
Okay. Is that it?
Can I use the rest of my movement to get off my horse?
So to get off your horse would be half your movement to actually dismount. And given that you've dashed,
Okay.
let's say 60 and then you need 45. I'm probably going to say not this turn, given that you did a full dash, and that was the horse's movement that you put on. So half of when you dismount, you can do it on your next turn for half your movement. There we go.
Okay.
And then we come to Kane.
I'm going to stay mounted and move all the way up here to the side.
Okay.
getting within this range, I'd like to try to smack with my warhammer as I'm going by.
Okay. Should be able to. This is the first time because we do have automated dice rolling. We haven't run through it. Just hover over and press T for target, and then roll, and it's part of the automated. It's MIDI QOL, so 14 is going to be a hit. They do 7 points of bludgeoning damage as this figure caught off guard again, still kind of moving about. You're able to circumvent, smack with the hammer near the shoulder of this person, and they let off kind of like a small groan as they kind of crack, so it's almost like they're bouncing into the wagon.
Great. I will bonus action spiritual weapon.
Okay. Should be able to throw the spell down, and actually I think it has like a template that it does.
No template came up, but we'll see.
Aww. It's no good. Alright, where do you want it then? I'll put a square and then maybe I'll get a token for it eventually.
Just adjacent to him on either side.
Okay. We'll go ahead and fill that space with the template and then we can maybe make a token later. So 12 is actually going to be a miss against that, this creature. And now that you're kind of up close, this creature appears to be slightly robed with a black cloak. The hood's kind of over the head. Appears to be an interesting like white handprint on the actual cowl of the cloak, and then there appears to be somewhat armor underneath, and then as well as weaponry. There appears to be a short sword at the hip.
All right.
All right, we're gonna end your turn. We'll come to Ica.
I'm going to move my 60 feet. Then I will cast Witch Bolt on. Actually, they're not in range, so I guess I'm gonna cast Firebolt on them instead.
Okay. Firebolt coming in.
Wow.
9. So this obviously this creature is in somewhat cover with the wagon, and you see as your firebolt kind of shoots over, you aimed slightly too high and just kind of flies off.
And then I'll use my bonus action to tell Linus to help whoever's gonna hit him next.
Okay. You should have ownership over that token, so you actually can place that token down at Linus wherever you would like. And then, sorry, who did you say you were helping with the Linus?
Whoever's going to attack next, probably Kane.
Okay. So having the Linus kind of fly ahead of you. That's fine.
Yeah.
You can do that way. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna end your turn there.
Yep.
Okay. Prox.
60. Dash there, and we're good.
Okay. Alright, CJ.
CJ takes a regular amount of distance with the horse out here. Oh, got the drag. And digs deep for an insult by casting Vicious Mockery. And is that under spell? Target. And says, "You cockamamie lurker, poo-poo head." And ends her turn.
Okay. So you, as you begin to yell your insults, channeling your bardic properties and your spells, begins to vibrate through the air. It kind of smacks into this creature. It doesn't seem to have any effect. We're going to go ahead and end your turn there. And now we come to this robed, cloaked figure, now kind of seeing horses behind, a lot of neighing, different things. It's going to reach for the short sword, pull it out, and then go in for a single strike towards Kane. That is going to be a 22, which hits, and it does 7 points of piercing damage as it kind of goes, kind of somewhat arcing with a stab towards your left shoulder, pulls it back, and then kind of like just does like double takes right to the left and back to you. Really unsure right now. Round 2, Kyler, you're up.
It's gonna be at 15 feet to dismount, right?
Yeah, so half your movement
Okay.
speed. I will probably say if you, given like distance-wise, I think you have enough to dismount there. Yeah, you have enough to dismount there and then move up.
Yeah.
And then
Just
you will
wanted to
be-
make sure.
Yeah, you will be flanking if you do come up behind the target, so make sure to
Sweet.
that one down.
All right, I think we're gonna do Great Weapon Master. No, he doesn't look like he's that important.
Great thing to say to your DM.
All right, this is gonna be 21, which hits this target. You do a total of 10 points of slashing damage as you dismount, running up. You grunt as you just strike him right in the back, like the mid-back, with a large thump as you pull out. Blood begins to pour out from the cloak and leather armor, and he lets out a massive groan as he almost goes down to a knee from that blow, but kind of begins to stand and maintain being upright. And Kyler's refreshing.
In my mic, and so it's
Is your mic having problems?
no, I keep unplugging it.
Oh, okay.
And so when I reconnect it, it doesn't work. That's why you guys can't hear me.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm accidentally unplugging it.
Okay.
It's not supposed to be hanging upside down, but because I'm holding it upright, it's
I got you. Okay. Would you like to do anything else?
yeah. A bonus action or whatever. Action surge. Yeah.
Action surge? Okay.
Yeah. And do I still get flanking?
Yes, you were still flanking
Okay.
this target. This target is not moved around within your turn here.
Okay, it's gonna be a little. Sorry, I have to put it down. So I'm gonna be doing my Great Weapon Master on this one, but
Okay.
am I also assuming I use my precision attack on this? My
Okay,
battle
so you
master.
want to do your precision attack as well?
Yeah,
Okay, so I
but
believe
that's when I can see, or I can make decision after my roll, right?
yes, you can.
Okay.
After making the roll,
Okay.
you can decide if you want to use that. 14 with advantage is going to hit. So
Sweet.
after the action surge, sweating profusely, as you kind of like, I always, it's so interesting to roleplay action surge. You're just like, blood vessels swell. You get
It's like
absolutely
a little mini rage.
absolutely swole, and you go in for 14. That's going to hit you 18 points of slashing damage as you go in directly to the side of this creature from the back, going into the throat and the collarbone. And this creature is indeed dead as it just completely lets out this grow of blood that goes into the throat, gurgling, and it just topples over, gone. With that, that is going to be the end of combat.
Bonus action, spare the dying.
Okay. I will go ahead and end combat now, unless just for the spare of the dying here, and I believe that's immediately sustaining them, but they're still unconscious, right?
Yeah, so unconscious,
Yep.
immediately sustaining him.
Okay. Change it to the unconscious face.
It's a great blow, Fred, but perhaps he has some information for us.
Possibly.
Good luck keeping him long enough for Kyler not to kill him.
Look, Kyler, you can still kill him at the end. So why not talk to him first?
It's your reward.
Anybody have restraints?
50 feet of rope. Would that work? I use my rope
You can
and
tie a
survival
knot well
points to
enough.
tie him up.
All right, make a sleight of hand check.
Me?
Whoever's tying him up.
Skills.
Cool. So you tie him up. You kind of use the wheel, right? Probably just like lift him up just slightly and tie him, lash him to the wheel there. And then, if you want to roll a medicine check, you can high enough wise, you can make it so he's conscious.
Sure, I will guide myself first, but see what happens. 24 total.
All right, 24 total. So you kind of take, after using your magic to kind of sustain the life, you begin to take some of your different collection, perhaps, of herbs, things that you had in your cart, and you just kind of are doing some quick first aid to try to bring up, and maybe some smelling salts right underneath the actual nose there. And this person just immediately shoots up. Again, we'll probably say 1 HP equivalent is pretty safe at that point. And just cowls over the head, kind of slightly rubbed, but you're able to see the eyes of this person, and appears to be blue eyes with kind of weathered features, maybe somewhat older. Doesn't have this, any notable things that would say that they're elf, half elf, maybe human. Again, most of this figure is cloaked, and just looking left and looking right, just shifting the head.
I will look to the rest of the group to see whoever is our best talker. It's not me.
That is a good question. I'm a bard, but that doesn't make it automatic. I tell the group we need to be cautious. I felt like he shrugged off some of my influence before, so keep a sword on him. I start to talk to the person, trying to persuade them, speaking calmly. We're just here we're looking for someone who's missing. Not sure why you attacked us. Could you tell us why you attacked us?
I won't tell anything to you all.
Kyler, cut off one of his fingers. Don't worry, he won't die.
Okay, yeah, I cut off the hand.
Shit, man, I said one finger.
Use the hammer. Use the hammer.
Cut off the hand.
You cut off the hand?
Yeah, right hand.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so you just take your great axe, holding the hand out a little bit. I mean, obviously, this person's lashed, so you probably have to maneuver their arm out a little bit. As this person's, what are you doing? What are you doing? And you just take the great axe and just smash it down into the hand, chopping it clean off. Just obviously this massive blood curdling scream. Just screaming.
Focus.
Blood's pouring out of the arm, just slowly, dizzy and almost passing out at this point.
Kind of slowly pat him in the face and be like, now focus, because my friend is not good at math. I said one finger, you took your whole hand. You don't want me to have him ask you again. Answer my friend's questions.
It's only pain. Yeah. Suffering will soon end.
I can keep you alive for a long time.
You're sick. Twisted you are.
Yeah.
Count on it.
What have we resorted to?
Okay,
And I'm just gonna.
I'm gonna have you, Kane, real quick. Kane, I'll have you roll an intimidation check.
Okay.
Can I aid since I have my axe?
Yeah, you can roll with advantage. That's fine.
How do I roll the advantage?
Hold on, Alt.
Wow.
Wow. So yeah, 18, rolling with advantage there. you obviously blood passing out, different things. Fine, fine. What do you want? What do you want to know?
I look over to CJ.
Me? What?
I look over to CJ. You started to ask questions and he didn't respond well to you. So.
Ah, yes. Let's try again, shall we? And I'm playing good cop. Go with more persuasion. Got the intimidation next to me. Tell us what you know. Why did you attack us? Who are you with?
I'm only a lookout here. This one decided to gallop on the bridge. My orders. Stop anybody from coming down here.
Who are your orders from?
I'm most scared of. Holds the lip hand that's now out of the thing. Blood's coming out of. I'm most scared of that one, not you.
Oh, you can answer him. You either answer him or you can answer my friend over here, and I'll point back over to Kyler.
Are you all together? What is this? You all seem so randomly placed.
I'm a helper. I like to help.
My orders come from my master.
Who is your master?
You might know him as the Duke, some people call him in town.
What was that? What was that?
Jeez.
I am now shocked.
Yeah, the Duke is close? Where is he? When did you last see the Duke?
I saw the Duke roughly at only a few hours ago. Just made his way there. He had a woman with him. Bonded that woman was.
Elise?
I don't know.
We'll describe what Elise looks like.
That would be the one.
Oh.
And she was bonded?
Yes, bonded at the arms. Hands. Seemed to go willingly, though. Didn't put much of a struggle.
BDSM.
Got it. Okay.
Everyone go and roll perceptions.
Okay.
So Ferox and Kyler, you both, I think Ferox, mainly you, are, as you are kind of in position, you're kind of just, not one for this, distancing yourself from the group a little bit. So Ica as well. Ica, you're just looking off, kind of in the opposite direction of the actual small passage through cliffside. So Ferox, you see a shadowy figure just kind of like walk out that's similar dressed to the one that's right there. So I'm going to just put on the map. So this person's almost identical as far as what they're wearing and whatnot. And this figure, as soon as walks out of kind of the opening of the actual cliffside, doesn't really just kind of minding business. In fact, singing slightly attuned, like almost to themselves. Just stops. It just stares. So at this point, Ferox, you see them, and then Kyler, I'm gonna have you through the blood cloning screams and the blood and this interrogation, right? Kyler, you hear it.
Okay.
That they're perhaps walking in snow.
Okay.
How far away are they?
So distance-wise, they just came onto the map. You can imagine, I think that's...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so right around, I want to say, from you, 90 feet.
Kind of like nonchalantly shout in their direction. Listen, fella, don't, unless you mind getting your hand smashed off, you might want to turn around and walk the other way.
Kind of like slowly like puts up the hands. and then just turns around and just full on runs as fast as possible.
Is anybody still mounted?
I am. I can chase after him if we want.
That's up to you.
Is anyone else chasing after him or no?
And after I cut this guy's head off, yeah. All right, I cut the guy's head off.
All right, it's Kyler seeing the hearing, and then obviously the crunching of more snow as this figure runs away. You see as this person just like, giving it, and obviously now turning probably at the noise. You just take your great axe, decapitate cleanly into the wagon. The head just kind of lops off and rolls outwards from your feet. Blood coming out and different things. Okay.
I'll
I'm
pick
gonna
up the
take
head.
off after him.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
now I'm scared.
And Aika, you're on horseback, and you begin to go in full dash with the horse in chase of this person. Farox, since you are the one who observed them, and you're the one who basically told them, to run, what are you doing in this situation?
Oh, well, I don't want Ica to get hurt, so I'll follow him.
Okay. And you're on horseback as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and put you onto the next map. I'm going to go ahead and activate it for...
Can I search that dude?
Yeah, I'm going to activate it for everyone, just so you can see on the next map as far as where they're going and what's happening in chase of this person. And then we can role play if you are staying back at the wagon. It's totally fine. So, okay, and then I would say as far as the actual figure distance-wise, because you're on horseback, not too far around the pass. I'm going to say you actually run up on probably about there, given distance. Not very much. Obviously, you're on horseback. You're moving very, very fast. As soon as you come out of the actual, as soon as you come into the cliffside passage, you notice that the cliffs right after about 60 feet just immediately kind of wrap around into the mountains and then go all the way up into the mountains. So the structure in front of you, the single-story stone structure, has a wagon to the right, alpine bushes, different rocks. It's almost as if it feels like a clearing in the actual cliffs. You imagine that this might be just kind of like a lowland with cliffs around, and then this stone structure kind of sits at the base of the bedrock of the mountain. You run up on this figure immediately. This figure appears to be heading for the structure in full run. So right now we have Kyler, CJ, and then I'm also going to ping just in case for the stream view. And then so Kyler, CJ, and Kane, you are back at the wagon at this point. And then Farox, that is your real position as you are in full run with the horse. And then Ica, that is your real position in full run. So I'll allow you both to do what you're doing, and then we'll come to the figure.
I was gonna try and trample him to stop him.
Trample him?
Hey, I'm going fast, okay? He's in the way.
Are you proficient with animal handling?
I am not.
All right, I want an animal handling check.
Doomed.
5. Okay, so you are attempting to trample this person. In doing so, the horse rears up at you, seeing that you are pushing upon this person. This horse is not a war horse. It is not trained for battle or anything. And it just kind of rears up, pulls back, and you hold onto the horse as best as you can. And I'm going to have you roll an athletics check. Maintain your position on the saddle and hold on to the reins, and the horse comes down. Brox, what are you doing?
Just observing for now.
Okay.
Kind of yell out to Ica, is it really necessary?
Okay, so then this
I'm not
figure-
used to riding a horse.
Figure takes advantage of the horse rearing. Ferox, you kind of stop, turning the horse to the side almost, and this figure immediately starts like taking something underneath the cloak. You hear a slight jingle. You imagine it might be keys, and just fumbling over it, and then gets it into the lock, and that's going to be pretty much it for that person. I'm not going to do initiatives just because impromptu until you officially want to do like combat engaging this person. So this person's just fumbling keys right now to get it into the lock, and then we'll come to the people at the actual wagon. So CJ, you are searching the body.
Yes, very interested in this resistance to my magic. So just looking for items that might specifically be causing that.
Okay,
And
so,
everything.
Yeah,
Take
so
everything.
there doesn't seem to be any sort of items on this person, like rings or amulets or anything that would denote that they have protection. Just maybe had a successful save, and then you are able to find a small leather pouch with we'll imagine to be 8 gold pieces in there. This gold actually has the mark of Clan Stonefist, which is something you're familiar with at this point. There isn't anything else on this figure besides this piece of studded leather armor, which appears common, some clothes, and then the cloak. Being, no fire out here, this figure isn't wearing too warm of clothes, so it would make sense that there is routine shift changes. That would be a good observation.
I pocket the gold with intent to distribute later.
Okay. Kane?
Seeing that he's okay, I would. I'm still mounted. I would continue try to catch up with my party that went ahead. I have no idea what's going on with them. So
Okay. So at this point, Kane, I will have you on the actual map then, and we'll have you right there. And it's not very far, full dashing on a horse, easily able to ride get to this point. And then Kyler?
Go back to my horse, mount it, ride to them.
Okay. So we'll have you, Kyler, a little bit off map. You're coming through the actual passageway, and then you're making your way there shortly. So, Ica, attempted to trapple, didn't work out. You're seeing this person in front of you fumble keys, trying to get into the lock, finally got it in. Seems to be trying to get through this stone door.
I am gonna cast Hold Person on him.
Okay.
He makes a Wisdom saving throw.
Yeah. Make sure to target as well, because then it automatically does the save. What's the DC? So you don't have to target now. You already cast it. It's fine. Just wanted to know what the DC of the spell is.
It is
your spell save DC.
14.
14? Okay. So this person is held. You can see that they appear to be, like, as soon as you actually throw the magic out, just completely freezes up. I'm going to go ahead and put the paralyzed condition on just to signify that they're held. So they're just kind of like frozen in place and solid. And you see the key just like in the actual like keyhole of the stone door. And with that, Frozen Ferox.
Just kind of shakes her head, seeing the others approach. Well, I guess that's it for you, mate. But try to use a shape water to kind of turn the snow underneath him into water and try to reach up and freeze the key in place.
Okay. So freezing the key. All right. And then CJ still back at the wagon looting. See everyone kind of go through the pass on the horseback.
Get on my horse and catch up to the crew.
Okay. We'll have you be on the map then. And then Kane, you see that this in front of you, obviously coming in, you see the characters is completely frozen, paralyzed, unmoving. And then you see Ferox appears to be doing some sort of magic and manipulating the snow into water.
Seeing them paralyzed, I will kind of dash up and go and take a swing at them, if possible.
Okay. So I believe I have the paralyzed condition accurate. So go ahead and press T for target, and it should give you advantage. If not, we'll roll once more. That's good. You got advantage. 21's gonna be hit, so 14
Wait, is
points.
he
What's
is
up?
he melee?
Yeah.
Any attack that hits a paralyzed creature is automatically a critical hit.
Right.
Okay.
So
Is
which I
that
think
what
it-
it gave you?
I think so.
Yeah, it gave you the critical there.
Is it?
Yeah. There's 3 + 3 plus.
Yeah, we
8.
have
my
max.
strength is 3. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
So
yeah, max for crits.
we do max critical dice for crits.
Yeah, so that's accurate. 14 points of damage.
Yeah. So
Okay.
14 points of damage. I did the conditions correct. 2 thumbs up.
Guys
for me.
I have to remember that Kyler's the one who does massive damage.
So 14 points of bludgeoning damage. You just take the warhammer, kind of riding up, just smack the back of the head. You see like blood trickling down from the ears, maybe a cracked skull. Kyler?
I wonder what I'm gonna do. Not actually gonna like trample into you. I'm just gonna like go through. And then we're gonna do Great Weapon Master on this. Why not? And then maybe precision attack. We'll see. I'm good.
All right. 34 points of damage. So as Kyler, you kind of run up, just take the horse by the reins, kind of rears up just a little bit, and you take the great axe in stride with the momentum, and you just decimate this person. I'm just gonna say you go straight through them, probably at the actual torso level. Just half the body just flies off. I was really hoping, Ferox, you would freeze the legs or something, so the legs would just stand up. It's okay.
Legs just
They both kind of fall down, and the creature does appear to be dead.
I can't freeze living creatures.
Oh man.
Unfortunate.
All right. So I didn't have kind of initiative rolled just because this person was in fleeing mode. This person didn't seem to try to attack you at all. And then we had 2 separations as far as the party. So a little bit of my DM style. I try not to roll initiative unless we're like in combat, creature and creature, things like that. We don't have to roll initiative. We don't have to. So, all right, this creature does appear to be dead. So,
I think we found the Duke.
At least we may have the element of surprise now that we stopped him. Maybe.
We will find out.
Depends how far that scream carried.
True. That is correct.
Let's
Let's go first.
pull his body like down 5 feet to clear out the doorway. The key's still in the doorway, right?
Yep.
Man, who's the quietest here?
I'm not even gonna acknowledge. I'm just gonna go hitch my horse on the wagon.
Are we trying to be quiet?
It doesn't
I-
hurt.
I
quiet
can
and
hide
leave.
myself. Like, I think I recently learned how to turn invisible.
Well, there we go.
Yeah, that sounds like a good match.
Maybe you take the lead and be quiet until we can't, and then go loud.
Yeah. You want, so I can, I'm thinking we'll go through this door here as invisible, scout around, report back if I find anything.
Okay.
You hear screaming. Come on in. So CJ approaches the door. Well, get a little bit off to the side and casts invisibility on self.
Okay.
Target myself.
Yeah, I don't think you need to target yourself. Sometimes invisibility makes you so you're not visible. You can't see yourself. But go ahead and cast it. We can figure it out.
Yeah,
while
see
we're
what
away.
happens here. Okay. Got a little symbol. And CJ quietly turns the knob and creaks the door open, peeking inside.
All right. So the key inside frozen, right? So you use that key to unlock. So I'll go ahead and make sure the key, you're able to turn it all the way. I'm sure Ferox, you're able to
Yeah.
make it so that's possible.
Turn it back in the water. Yeah.
Yeah. So the door is now unlocked. You're able to open
Click. That was instruction. Got it. Peeks inside.
So as you peek inside, again, this stone structure built into the bedrock, make your way into this rectangular room, if you will. The actual ceiling height of this structure is about 10 feet, and it actually slightly domes at the top, and then the roof of the structure, it appears to just have a lot of like snow and rock and debris over the top of it, right? That's kind of fallen down. The walls are thick. You imagine them to be roughly 3 feet as far as the actual width of the walls go. Inside, you see a hodgepodge of crates, barrels, boxes, some of which are open, and those that are open have mining supplies, rope, pickaxes, hammers, shovels, things like that.
Jay scans looking for any exits or doors.
Go ahead and roll perception. 13. You're not giving the quick, a scan, looking left, looking right. Doesn't appear to be any figures hiding behind any of the crates or the barrels or whatnot. And then doesn't seem to have any other doors leading out.
CJ backs up one step, tells folks, "There's nothing in here."
Oh shit!
While staying invisible. I think you can come in and look around if you want. Maybe there's some way out. And goes back inside. And starts to look.
Okay.
Barrels were interesting last time. I'll knock on some barrels.
So you knock on some barrels. These particular barrels are kind of a salt that they potentially use in some of the mining process as far as that goes. And there are, particularly in that pile, I didn't try to make them a distinctive item, but there appears to be 2 barrels that do have somewhat of like a dynamite symbol upon them. And they're
Ooh.
a little bit smaller. You imagine them to be only about like 5 gallons.
CJ backs up.
I'm gonna do what I did in the cellar and look for places that might be hollow or different.
Okay. Go and roll investigation. Nat 20. All right. So you immediately catch your eye towards this one singular crate at the eastern side of the actual wall that's sitting dead center. This one appears to have been moved multiple times. And upon looking behind it, you do notice that the stone wall itself has a slight groove in it between 2 of the actual stone pieces, and that is just perfect for a key.
Do you think you could bring that key over here?
Sure. If the key's still in the door, go grab it, bring it over, float the key, hand it to Ika.
CJ,
gonna grab it.
are you still invisible, by the way?
Yeah, I'm keeping it.
It lasts an hour or so.
Yeah, I was gonna say like floating around. That's cool. Okay.
I tell Ika I can put it in the lock if you'd like. I don't know that I know that.
Yeah,
Maybe
I was
Ika
gonna
hasn't
see if
shared
it
yet.
fits.
Okay. We'll go ahead and reveal a door. As you put in the key, you slightly turn it. There's kind of a slight kind of rush of air flooding in. It doesn't seem to have opened. You're not sure if it's similar to the fact you just have to like maybe push it. Kind of a hinge, maybe a hinge on the other side of it. You hear kind of a clicking noise, maybe some gears moving. That's the only indication.
I'll see if it pushes open or not.
Okay, so you move up to it and you push. As you push it out, I'm going to go ahead and click. And then we can give a description as far as the inside of the structure as I pause it as well. So you see a large cavern supported by stone pillars, concaves outwards towards a peak ceiling height of 40 feet. It's filled with the similar looking individuals and figures, some of which actually have their hoods off. They're drinking, they're eating. They appear to be equipped with the same weapons and armor. And the bedrolls and campfires, tables that are laid out, seem very intentionally placed in the sense that they have been living here. They are drinking here, eating here. Behind them appears to be kind of towards, I would say, central backside of the cavern is a circular staircase that seems to descend down, which is kind of wraps around this actual other pillar that comes up. To note as well as there appears to be a actual kind of pool of water that's being fed from some sort of maybe snowmelt or spring that they've kind of dug out as well further, and they're using that to drink. As you kind of push open the door, slowly pushing it out, some of these folks, they're not really paying too much attention, but I'm going to go ahead and make you have a stealth check. None of them are actively looking. That's a 5.
Doomed.
Okay. So the ones at the table that are up here, they, let's say 2 of them, because they're facing in that direction. They do notice that some movement is happening in the darkness. Again, it's dark. This is a cavern, right? And so imagine they have dark vision. That distance, it's very difficult to see. And they kind of look, and you're kind of staring potentially maybe out right of the actual door. Door there.
I'm like,
they're kind of like looking like this. You see that they've kind of stopped kind of chatter and things like that, and they're looking.
yeah, I just like opened it a little bit, and I was intending for CJ, who is invisible, to just kind of slip in and scope out.
Yeah.
Without a word, I slip in stealthily as possible.
Okay.
And just pretend like the door just randomly cracked open or something.
Okay. So I'll allow CJ. I'll allow you to kind of slip by, but after that, you will. They're going to notice that the door is open at that point, so you might want to shut it.
Yeah.
Oh, unpause it. Sorry.
Sure. And I shut the door. Yes. Moving towards the wall. Get to this corner and pause. Make sure nobody's seen me.
Okay.
And surveys the situation. I'd like to get close to change my mind on which corner. Try to overhear some conversations. But getting to this closest group, I'm trying to hear what they might be talking about. They're having dinner, drinking, you said?
Yeah, they appear to be, this is dinner time. As far as the time-wise, they appear to have something in a spit. There appears to be a mountain goat been cleaned, put up on the spit of the actual fire. They're drinking from the actual barrels that have been propped up in the back of the room. They're having a great old time right now. They're just drinking, having fun, none of which have taken off their armor or their weapons. They seem to be somewhat at the ready in that sense. That you imagine that they would have maybe taken the stuff off if they were eating and enjoying themselves. But they are alert as they're kind of looking around, and that's where the chatter comes in as far as the common. You're listening to multiple conversations at once. The talk is, "Oh, master, there's trouble coming our way. We must prepare for ourselves," and things like that, and like hold fast. And how does that ale taste? Does it taste good? How's the food? Like, it's pretty common, but that other stuff, part of the conversation of being alert, things will come. I wonder when Richard will come back from his watch.
Kind of walk the room, keeping a good distance, just particularly here listening for anything around the Duke, and headed towards the stairs, going to try to sneak downstairs.
Okay. Being invisible, unless they have a reason to denote, foot movements and different things with the fire, as well as them talking, they don't actually have many checks that they can make here to perceive you being invisible. And the stone staircase descends down into the darkness, wraps around the pillar, and seems to go down into the darkness.
CJ walks down the staircase into the darkness.
All right, I will go ahead and I can port you over to that map if you want, or I can give you a role play. I think for now, given the time, it is 10:53 p.m. PST, so we can go ahead and give you just a description of it, of the place that you're going. So, spiraling stone staircase descends roughly 30 feet into a stone chamber with a 10-foot ceiling height and stone floors. An altar room of sorts can be seen to the north, while the sounds of cheering and clanging can be heard coming from the door to the west. Another 2 doors, east and south, are closed and do not have any noise coming from behind them. So you almost imagine yourself being placed at like a central junction point. So this chamber is slightly larger than a corridor or a tunnel, and then there's different things that are leading out. Given the position of you, you're able to see that the cheering and clanging and different things, the light actually coming from that, you reckon that might be another large chamber that people are eating at. And as far as movement in this particular space, there doesn't appear to be anybody moving in and out in this actual area.
Okay. CJ is trying to stay away from people as much as she can and favors the smaller rooms that didn't hear anything. Checks for whether the doors are locked without actually opening them first.
Okay. So the door to the south, that one is unlocked, and the door to the east is locked. That one does appear to take a key, and you're not sure, given your first glance at the keys that one individual had, that doesn't seem in this lock. This one appears to be way more intricate and does not necessarily have a traditional keyhole. I will say if you want to venture in further, I can bring you over into the map if you'd like, so that you're actually on this one.
I don't want to go too much further, but I would like to try to see what's behind this door, the open one.
Okay. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and have you. I can bring you in. I think at this point, probably just because it makes the most sense. Is everyone agreeing? CJ venturing out, just waiting. Is that cool with everyone?
Sensitive to pacing, but yeah. However,
okay.
Makes sense. Keep
Yeah.
Just want to make sure everyone is totally fine with that. So, player list. Should bring you over. So in the map right now, so give you obviously visualize now that you're in this space. So the door the door to the south, right, that's unlocked, and then the door to the east, which is on the other side of that wall of the actual staircase, that one is locked. So this one you're at is unlocked, and then there is another door, but again, that's where the clanging and the cheering, and that one's on the western wall. The light, there's actually light coming from actual.
CJ ignores, or chooses to not deal with those two, and opens the door that she's in front of slowly. As much care as possible.
Okay. Go ahead and click it open. You should be able to open it yourself here.
Still getting used to that.
Interactive doors. So as you step through this single stone door, right, you just kind of push it, similar to the sense it's not really like a handle or anything. You're able to push it open, and you see a very long hallway. The ceiling height of this is roughly 10 feet, and it just extends into the darkness on the actual western side. So you with your dark vision, you can see that the actual hallway ends to the east. And along the southern wall section appears to be many stone doors.
Suspecting that this is a barracks, CJ thinks this reconnoiter probably as safe as it's going to be. And to the north, I didn't hear things. That was to the west. I'm thinking checking out that area to the north if it's unblocked.
Yeah, so to the west, yeah, that's where you hear the clanging and the different things. You see the light coming from underneath the actual stone door.
So yeah, going to the north, I see what might be an altar.
Yeah, so you move into the north room there, which doesn't have a door, right? So the ceiling height actually kind of lowers just slightly. You see these clay pots that are just neatly ordained for decor in the corners of the room, and a stone altar that is about 5 feet in height. Upon it appears to be a skull, and as well as tapestry underneath, black. The skull has been engraved with some runes upon it in the language that you can't speak. And there is a white handprint, of course, as it's not red. There is some sort of prayer book to the left of it. And on the right-hand side is similar in nature of a scroll.
Making a quick assessment, CJ reaches out for the book and grabs it and puts it under her cloak, and then kind of checks whether it's invisible. Not sure what invisibility looks like. Can I see through myself? Can I see the book if I tuck it in?
Invisibility, as far as you taking possessions, they become visible as well, on your body, right?
CJ has now learned how that works. Also grab the scroll and head upstairs, leaving the skull.
Okay. So you're heading back upstairs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yoink me.
Should we pull to the scene now?
Yep. CJ does a quick count so she can report 1, 2, 3, 4. 15 up here. Stealthily going away from people, checking that the mood hasn't changed. Everyone's still just eating. Heading to the door, and then thinks about this for a second, and tries to. Does it look like I can open it from the side? Is just push?
You can see that there are handholds in the stone that you can use that are actually anchored a similar fashion to a door handle that is like a rectangle and it's hollowed out. So you just grab to that
like
and pull it.
Like a bathroom door. As slowly as possible to avoid triggering any movement. CJ opens to the minimum height, width, slips through, and tries to close it in.
Okay.
Success.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and just put you on the side of the wall.
Okay. And CJ reports what she saw. I saw in the room next door, there's 15 people. They're all armed, ready to go. Downstairs, there's both a barracks and another room. I don't know how many. There's a locked room that I didn't go into. I didn't explore the barracks, but I found these two things. Can anyone read them? And the book and the scroll float in the air for someone to take them.
I'll take them.
Okay.
Can I read them?
I believe you have Abyssal.
I do.
You do, yeah. So you can read them. I'll do a quick scan of the book, the prayer book. It is seems to be some as far as it's written. Some of it's written in common, so it's not just abyssal. I think that's the big note about this actual prayer book.
Probably should have looked before I handed it over. But
It
yeah.
seems, yeah. So it seems to have some sort of connection to some actual other plane in the infernal sense. That's what you're getting the vibe of these prayers. Doesn't specifically state a demon or a fiend from it, but it's giving hints of these other entities and talking in the sense of a lot of fire and power and these concepts to you seem rather normal given the vibe I think coming from the Duke's Manor as well as finding the tome, both of them. They're not spells, but they're more of things that these people might go and describing from CJ of this altar, right? Go and have prayer, and they use this manuscript to recite different things. The actual scroll that gives note to a specific person, and that is what they refer to as master. And imagine it to be some sort of pledge of allegiance to the master. And one of the rules upon this actual thing is that they shall not remove the actual cowl or the hood with anybody else but them, right? So keep them incognito and camouflaged.
What do you think, friends? Should we keep these? They're probably going to be mad when they find them gone. I could put them back, but I wanted people to see them. I don't think I have a use for them.
Definitely a cult, so if we hadn't established that already.
I don't mind
prayer-
annoying cults. We can keep these things. Maybe we can trade them if threatened to.
Maybe it's
Just hold on.
a book of prayers and a allegiance to their master.
I don't think we should open that door and attack. There's a lot of dudes on that side. I'm
So-
good. I'm invisible right now.
I can
So
make everyone not quite invisible, but close to it.
can we 25, 30 people?
We have one of you saw TNT right here, right? Explosive. Perhaps we can open the door, roll a couple of these in, and be capable of casting some fire, and at least clear out a big chunk of them. It's an option. I'm not saying we have to fight,
I like
but
that idea.
if we're gonna fight smart, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
The other choke point is this door.
Right.
I
So
did not see any other entrances or exits.
So we roll.
can block
them
this
in
door.
there. Yeah. If we roll the explosives in there, blow them up, and then hold here for them to come after us, it's a possibility.
Do we have a beef with these people?
We need to find the Duke, even if he is the enemy. I don't think we personally have a beef with them, but we've already killed two of them.
So what we need is more information than their death. Maybe we wait until they go on patrol and keep capturing and whacking off hands until someone tells us where the Duke is. I don't know.
What do the rest of you think?
Like I said, I can't make everyone invisible, but I can make you as close to it as possible. We could perhaps sneak down there. That's where the Duke is.
There's more rooms. There might be the Duke might be down there. I cannot say either way.
So I think at this stage, given indecisive what we're gonna do next, I think that it's a appropriate closing out. If you all want to take a few minutes, maybe out of character, just to break and maybe get your mind set for the next session of what we're going to be doing next.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Maybe. I mean, we have 2 cowls. Maybe 2 of us could try and disguise ourselves, and then there's 5 of us, and we probably only have 2 invisibility things that we can do.
I have a disguised self.
But
Are you
well,
able to
you're already
change
invisible.
your-
Yeah.
Yeah.
But disguised self. Yeah. Right.
Out of character, I could do pass without a trace for everyone.
Right. But I don't know how you roll a DM, but I don't think we'll be able to stealth in a room full of people staring directly at us.
Yeah.
You know,
The reason why I'm doing this is just seems like there's like everyone's coming with like almost like a independent idea, and then just want to make sure because given time, I want you all to kind of figure it out, right? And without.
Yeah.
That's
So let's
just-
take a step back. What are we trying to accomplish? What do we want to
Yeah.
do here?
We want to
I'd say-
find.
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't feel like it's at least a possibility the Duke's not here. The Duke doesn't seem like the kind to hang out in a cavern. But
Possible.
maybe there's a palace downstairs. I'm not sure.
But these people do seem connected to him, so
Yeah.
we can either, slowly. We can either, I think, go with your plan of gathering more information, slowly picking them off, and try to like hide these bodies, and then, like slowly look at the code to look for it and see how many we can pick off that way. That's an option. We can go back to town with the information we have, the location, and try to suss something up. We can push in. And I don't know if we want to keep scouting out invisibility wise, but
Didn't they say he was down here with the girl?
that's what they said. Yeah.
So
If I understand things right, I could probably take one of these TNTs inside and blow
one
up
in-
some
Put one
folks
in the
out.
barracks. Put one in the room out front.
Or in front of the door that's locked,
there's a
or-
fire here.
or just find the right, this right spot with the most, drop it in that fire or something. Are we under time pressure? I don't think so, right?
I mean, as far as time pressure wise, you were given the information inside of the cavern that was a shift change. There's a reason why that second person came out, and that was to replace the person behind the actual wagon.
So we probably had a shift.
Is that time pressure? I was
So
thinking like
the-
multiple days for the Duke. If it took a couple of days to gather information, would that be a problem?
I have no. That's all up to you to.
That
I think to
wasn't after
decide. I mean, if that.
I don't think we could spend some time. It's challenging, 30 people is tough.
Yeah, I'm thinking about our spells. We could have CJ turn Ica invisible because he's massive. And then Kyler's also pretty big though.
Mhm. I think.
And is wearing plate armor.
I think strategy wise, I think we should just, strategy wise, we can keep that to the role play when we start next session. But I think as far as the decision of where the party push in, pull back, do we go stealth? Do we not? Because there's multiple ways to stealth into an area, right? There's different spells, different things. I think that right now, before we close out, just coming to a decision of do we just all out brawl with these people? Do we roll out the explosives? Do we just bypass them completely and go down the staircase stealthily? That's I think what the decision should be. Not necessarily like what kind of spells we would use to do that, but just
I like the idea of waiting for them and picking them off slowly. It'll get suspicion eventually, but it'll make it easier in case things go wrong later. And then once they
lean that
notice,
direct-
we can do the TNT and the choke point.
I think we should steal the TNT if we're gonna go somewhere else and watch. Take the TNT from here, and then wait. I kind of like doing things. I like to watch sometimes. I without working out what the strategy is, it seems like this could go badly just as soon as if we're inside that cavern and they're attacking us, we have to be prepared by that point. So I don't want to open that door until we got a solid way forward.
Okay.
And for what it's worth, I'm looking at my spells. I don't see a ton. I don't know everyone's spells. That's kind of cool.
Sure.
But I can't make it happen for us with the stuff that's on my list.
Okay. So your vote is to set up along with set up the explosives and then sit back. Is that what?
Take the explosives, leave the room, get in a few hundred feet or whatever. Find a place to hide outside, and then wait for them to go on patrol and pick them off and keep on chopping off hands.
Okay.
That's my thought.
Okay.
Others?
Yeah, Faith.
Less murder. That's all.
Okay. Less murder, less killing. Okay. Cade, David.
Yeah, so definitely not, pro murder, but they are cultists, so I think a little bit more lenient with their lives. But I think, unless we have a better alternative, being quiet until we have to go loud and going loud hard when we have to is probably the best strategy, as far as, as CJ is suggesting to pull back, take the TNT. I definitely agree and support that. And then when we have to go hard, if we do, great. If we can get through, sneaking through, I don't see a foreseeable way necessarily to walk through a hallway unless we're all invisible, because you're in a hall full of people staring at you, right? You can't just hide.
What if we
I'm Skyrim crouching and I'm okay. You're not seeing it anymore.
Yeah.
What if we use the TNT less for blowing people up and more as a distraction?
Yeah, like outside somewhere,
There's one other thought. If we kind of lock this up so they can't get out here, blow up the entrance or whatever, collapse that room.
Yeah.
Well, that's one idea. If we collapse that room and there's no other exit, we've won.
Yeah.
If there is another exit and we're patrolling the area, there might be a back entrance that we could find them kind of streaming out of or something.
Yeah. So I mean, collapsing the cavern. There's two pillars. Obviously, you have two explosives. You might be able to collapse it, right? But the deal in the arrangement was to get the head of the Duke, right? So that was what the deal was struck. So if the Duke is indeed in here and you trap the Duke down, you don't have the arrangement anymore. So the mission itself, and then how does Elise play into it, right? You do know information-wise that she's bonded by the hands and seems to not be free to do what they want in that sense. The distraction play, that's there definitely, as far as the explosive, the size of them, and the distance wise, you could be on the other side of the cavern and have it explode, and you should not have any sort of damage dealt to you. It should be enough to cause a pretty large distraction. Given visibility, though, and visibility rules, holding that item and not actually equipping it and possessing it, I will probably say that you are able to keep it somewhat invisible, but you will be making more and heavier footfalls and trying to carry this and kind of lug it around a little bit. So that might, cause perception and as well. So you have to roll a stealth check. It'll be passive perception, so depending on how you roll. So you could combine it with the passive without trace, right? Plus 10, and then roll stealth, and then go in, place them, explode them, distraction, and then run on by. I mean, that's definitely.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried about them spread over multiple areas. Okay. We haven't. As soon as we go loud, right? Then there's whoever's below, probably including some baddies.
Okay.
That make their way up. I am willing to go try to stealth around. It's just if I get caught down there, there's no way I can make it.
No, I think you already went farther than it's like comfortable, right? Like if you get caught, you run into somebody that can see invisibility or hears you or whatever, you get trapped in a room and goodbye, CJ.
Okay. I think with that, we'll go ahead and close out the live stream. I thought we would have some sense of time, just kind of brainstorming and whatnot. So we'll go ahead and close that
Yes.
out. If people did watch us, thank you so much for watching us play Dungeons and Dragons.